Welcome to History Teller YT, where the past isn't just remembered, it's relived. Today, we begin a journey that stretches across nearly 2 centuries, a journey born from a single spark that exploded into wars, rebellions, invasions, revolutions, and the rise of a modern superpower. This is not just the story of China. This is the story of how one empire's downfall reshaped the world, how a nation went from unimaginable humiliation to unbreakable determination, and how the consequences of a few ships carrying opium transformed Asia forever. In this massive 20-part documentary, we travel from the dramatic Opium Wars to the burning of Beijing, the fall of the Qing Dynasty, the rise of warlords, the May 4th movement, Civil War and the Long March, the Japanese invasion, the founding of the PRC, the Cultural Revolution, and finally the rise of modern China as a global power. It is a story of broken empires, battles for survival, political betrayal, revolutionary dreams, and the relentless march of history. If you've ever wondered how the China of today was forged, or how a wounded nation transformed itself despite endless suffering, this is the story you've been waiting for. So sit back, because once you hear the beginning, you want to follow every moment until the very end. This is the epic tale of China's transformation, told only here on History Teller YT. Before the Opium Wars erupted in the 19th century, the world was still shaped by an older sense of global hierarchy in which the Qing Dynasty of China stood as one of the proudest and most stable empires. China, with its centuries-old bureaucratic system, Confucian moral framework, and enormous internal market, viewed itself as the Middle Kingdom, the natural cultural center of the earth. Foreign states, whether powerful or small, were traditionally expected to approach the Qing court in a posture of tribute, recognizing the supremacy of the emperor and paying respect to the vast civilization he represented. This tribute system was not simply ceremonial, it was a worldview. It defined how China understood diplomacy, trade, and even its responsibilities toward the outside world. Europeans, however, approached global relations in an entirely different way, based on treaties, equal nation-states, military projection, and mercantile expansion. This clash of cultural assumptions would later become one of the invisible engines driving the Opium Wars. During the 1700s, the Qing Dynasty was at the height of its power. Its territories stretched across Inner Asia. Its tax systems functioned with notable stability, and its population soared dramatically, making China one of the world's most populous and productive regions. However, beneath the surface of prosperity were developing stresses. The strain of supporting such a massive population, agricultural pressures, corruption within provincial administrations, and a growing sense that technology and military methods were not advancing at the pace seen in industrializing Europe. Still, China remained confident in the superiority of its civilization. Meanwhile, Britain was transforming at a speed China had never imagined. The Industrial Revolution had ignited a hunger for global markets and raw materials. British factories demanded more tea, more silk, more porcelain, goods that China produced in extraordinary quality. Yet, while British merchants wanted Chinese goods desperately, China wanted little from Britain in return. This uneven trade structure created a massive imbalance. Silver flowed into China while draining out of British coffers. It was this imbalance, and Britain's determination to solve it, that would set the stage for a confrontation that neither side fully understood. The city of Canton, modern Guangzhou, became the heart of China's legal trade with the West. Under the Qing Dynasty's Canton system, foreign merchants were restricted to this single port. They could not freely roam China, negotiate directly with Chinese officials, or spread their cultural or political ideas. Instead, they operated through a tightly regulated structure of Chinese merchant guilds known as the Kohan. These intermediaries were responsible for handling all trade, guaranteeing taxes, and ensuring that foreigners followed Qing rules. For Europeans, especially the British, this system felt suffocating. They saw it as an obstacle to free commerce and an affront to their belief in open markets. British frustration grew throughout the 18th and early 19th centuries. Their traders were supervised by the Kohan, monitored by Qing officials, and forced to obey laws prohibiting foreign women from entering Canton, restricting residence to certain districts, and forbidding communication with inland China. Even worse for Western merchants, they were only allowed to stay in Canton during the trading season, after which they were expected to leave. The Qing court believed these restrictions protected social stability and prevented the spread of foreign influence. To the British, however, they appeared as arbitrary barriers meant to humiliate them and limit profit. As Britain consumed more and more Chinese tea, the silver drain became alarming. Tea had evolved from a luxury drink to a national obsession in Britain. By the early 1800s, millions of pounds of tea were imported annually. Yet China still showed no interest in British manufactured goods. The East India Company, desperate to correct the imbalance, turned to a darker strategy, increasing the sale of opium grown in British-controlled India. Smuggled into China through secret networks, opium sales began generating streams of silver back into British hands. The Qing state recognized the danger, both socially and economically, but its early attempts to stop the trade failed. Within a few decades, addiction spread across classes, and the smuggling industry ballooned into a crisis that threatened the empire's stability. By the early 19th century, opium had transformed from a minor medicinal substance into a vast underground economy. Smugglers used fast ships, bribed officials, and exploited gaps in the Qing coastal defenses. The drugs seeped into Chinese cities, villages, military garrisons, and even bureaucratic offices. Addiction undermined productivity, strained families, and created a growing sense of moral decay within Chinese society. Qing officials filed increasingly desperate reports warning that soldiers were unable to perform their duties. Farmers were ruining their households, and students were abandoning their studies. The social crisis was becoming national in scale. The Qing government issued edicts against opium, banned sales, and executed offenders. But the structural weaknesses of the empire, corruption, regional autonomy, and uneven enforcement made these efforts ineffective. Meanwhile, British merchants continued to profit heavily, backed by the hidden support of the East India Company and protected by British naval strength. What had begun as an attempt to fix a trade imbalance became a full-scale economic invasion that hollowed out China's silver reserves. Silver shortages disrupted tax systems, destabilized local economies, and caused inflation in regions dependent on metallic currency. For the Qing state, this was not merely a moral problem, it was a national emergency. Tensions escalated further when Chinese officials seized opium shipments, pressured Western traders, and demanded an end to the trade. British authorities, however, insisted on defending their merchants' right to free trade. To Britain, the opium market was a tool of geopolitical leverage and economic necessity. To China, it was a poison threatening the heart of the empire. These diametrically opposed worldviews made compromise nearly impossible. The collapse of diplomatic negotiations, coupled with the refusal of the British Empire to recognize Chinese sovereignty over the issue, paved the way for a confrontation that would erupt into the First Opium War, a conflict that would reshape the destiny of China, East Asia, and the emerging global order. As the 19th century unfolded, the widening gap between Britain and Qing China became increasingly visible in every diplomatic encounter. Britain was now a heavily industrialized maritime power with global ambitions, modern weaponry, advanced logistics, and a worldview shaped by capitalism and empire. The Qing Dynasty, although still vast and prestigious, approached diplomacy through centuries-old traditions rooted in Confucian principles. These principles defined foreign nations as tributary participants in an ideological order rather than equal partners. When British envoys attempted to negotiate revisions to trade restrictions, the Qing court interpreted it as presumptuous behavior meant to undermine imperial authority. This cultural misunderstanding made routine diplomacy almost impossible. The British government, acting under pressure from merchants, believed that China needed to open its ports, accept ambassadors on equal footing, and allow free trade, including, implicitly, the profitable opium market. China, however, insisted that foreign traders obey domestic laws and refrain from importing harmful substances. Although British officials publicly claimed they were demanding free trade, in practice the economic engine behind their push was opium, which financed their expanding empire and covered the silver deficit caused by China's tea exports. British moral objections, though occasionally voiced by select politicians or missionaries, were drowned out by the vast profits involved. Repeated British attempts to reshape the Canton system failed. Chinese officials refused to loosen restrictions, and they dismissed British threats as empty posturing. After all, China had successfully defended its borders for centuries and vanquished nomadic empires far more dangerous than distant maritime traders. The Qing courts saw Britain as a minor foreign nation whose frustrations stemmed from greed, not legitimate grievances. This severe underestimation of British military power and overestimation of Qing coastal defenses allowed the crisis to intensify. Through the 1830s, as opium addiction worsened and smuggling grew more organized, British merchants increasingly acted with impunity. Smuggling ships anchored offshore at Linton Island. Resale networks stretched into the countryside, and Chinese intermediaries built covert supply chains that allowed the drug to flood the empire. Diplomacy, instead of easing tensions, became a stage on which both sides hardened their positions. Britain framed its demands as a crusade for commercial freedom, while China viewed British behavior as a violation of its sovereignty. When Qing officials began preparing stronger measures to suppress opium, British traders warned London that a dramatic confrontation was inevitable. Despite these warnings, British policymakers believed China would quickly yield once pressured, setting the stage for one of the most consequential miscalculations in modern history. In 1839, the Daoguang Emperor appointed Lin Zexu, one of China's most disciplined and incorruptible officials, as imperial commissioner charged with eradicating opium once and for all. Lin was known for his unwavering moral integrity, administrative competence, and deep concern for the suffering caused by addiction. To the emperor and many Chinese intellectuals, Lin represented the ideal Confucian official, a man who placed the welfare of the people above personal gain. His appointment signaled that the Qing Dynasty had finally recognized the severity of the crisis and intended to confront it with forceful, decisive action. Lin Zexu's strategy was comprehensive. He launched an anti-opium campaign across southern China, identifying corrupt officials, shutting down dens, and arresting dealers. He also focused on public education, distributing essays that explained how opium destroyed families, drained wealth, and weakened a nation. His campaign resonated deeply with common citizens who had witnessed firsthand the devastation addiction brought to their communities. Soldiers, students, farmers, and even minor officials have fallen prey to the drug, creating a widespread sense of moral decay. Lin believed that stamping out opium was not merely a political duty, it was a spiritual and civilizational necessity for China's salvation. Upon arriving in Canton, Lin took control with a firm hand. He summoned foreign merchants and demanded that all opium stocks be surrendered immediately. The British Superintendent of Trade, Charles Elliot, attempted to negotiate but found himself trapped between British merchants' fury and Chinese insistence on absolute compliance. In an unprecedented move, Elliot ordered all British traders to hand their opium over to him so he could surrender it to Lin in a unified act. Although merchants raged at losing immense profits, Elliot argued that obeying Lin was the only way to protect British lives and prevent the situation from spiraling further out of control. What followed became one of the most iconic moments in Chinese modern history. Lin Zexu confiscated and destroyed over 20,000 chests of opium, roughly 1.2 million kilograms. The drug was mixed with lime and salt water in massive pits, rendering it useless before being washed into the sea. This bold gesture electrified China, but infuriated British traders and politicians. Lin Zexu had acted out of moral conviction, yet Britain saw it as a hostile attack on private property and national interests. The moral war against opium had now transformed into a geopolitical clash between empire and empire, each convinced of its righteousness. After the destruction of the opium stockpiles, relations between Britain and China deteriorated at breathtaking speed. British merchants, stung by the enormous financial losses inflicted by Lin Zexu's crackdown, demanded government retaliation. Newspapers in London published sensational accounts portraying Lin as a tyrant and depicting China as an irrational, despotic state unwilling to treat Britain as an equal power. Politicians began framing the crisis as not merely a trade dispute, but an affront to national dignity. The British cabinet, already influenced by a rising tide of imperial ambition, soon agreed that military intervention was necessary to protect Britain's commercial future in Asia. Meanwhile, Lin Zexu prepared for the possibility of armed confrontation even as he hoped to avoid war. He reinforced coastal defenses, mobilized local militias, and issued strict orders forbidding Chinese citizens from assisting British opium traders. Lin also wrote a famous open letter to Queen Victoria, appealing to her sense of morality and justice by asking why Britain would continue exporting a poison it banned at home. However, this letter never reached the Queen, and even if it had, it was unlikely to change British policy. The economic engine behind the opium trade had already grown too large, and Parliament viewed China's resistance as an obstacle to global commercial expansion. Clashes soon erupted along the Pearl River Delta. Skirmishes between British ships and Qing coastal forces convinced the British government that China could be defeated swiftly through naval superiority. The Qing Dynasty, unfamiliar with Western steam-powered warships and modern artillery, misjudged the scale of the threat. Many Chinese officials believed Britain was too far away and too small a nation to wage a prolonged conflict. They compared this situation to earlier encounters with coastal pirates rather than a confrontation with one of the world's emerging superpowers. By late 1839, the final diplomatic channels collapsed. British warships enforced blockades, seized Chinese vessels, and prepared for full-scale assaults on strategic ports. China, still confident in its moral stance, underestimated the technological and logistical power Britain was about to unleash. The fuse had been lit. Both sides marched toward a war that neither fully understood, but one that would permanently alter the course of Chinese history and reshape the balance of power in Asia for generations to come. When the First Opium War officially began in late 1839 and early 1840, the Qing Dynasty faced a type of warfare it had never truly imagined. For centuries, China had fought nomadic horsemen, regional rebels, and occasionally maritime pirates. But the British Royal Navy represented something entirely different, an industrialized military machine built on steam technology, precise artillery, iron discipline, and global logistics. The Chinese coastal defenses, largely composed of wooden junks, outdated cannons, and garrisons trained for older modes of warfare, were no match for the new reality unfolding offshore. The conflict opened with a series of naval engagements around the Pearl River Delta. British ships, such as the HMS Volage and HMS Hyacinth, demonstrated extraordinary firepower, outranging Chinese cannons by hundreds of meters. Where Qing cannons fired irregularly and inaccurately, British naval guns unleashed disciplined broadsides capable of shredding Chinese ships and fortifications within minutes. The contrast was devastating. Qing officials, who had long believed their coastal artillery was formidable, now witnessed their strongest batteries reduced to splinters by a handful of British vessels. These early battles had a psychological impact that rippled across southern China. Local villagers had grown accustomed to Qing authority as an unshakable force, a symbol of stability that had endured through dynastic cycles. But seeing European warships slice through defensive lines challenged deeply rooted assumptions about the empire's invulnerability. Rumors spread across Guangdong province that foreign ships could move against wind and tide, fire explosive shells capable of leveling fortresses, and operate with a speed Chinese fleets could not match. The technological gap, previously abstract, now became horrifyingly concrete. For the British, these victories were proof that a limited show of force could compel China to negotiate. However, their assumption underestimated the complexities of Qing politics. While some Qing officials recognized the danger and urged modernization, others insisted that the defeats were temporary setbacks caused by local incompetence rather than systemic weakness. This disconnect meant that the Qing response remained fragmented and inconsistent, giving the British Navy even greater advantages as the war expanded northward. What began as a conflict over opium and trade now evolved into a contest of military evolution, industrial firepower versus traditional imperial defense. As British forces moved to widen the conflict, their strategy changed from simple retaliation to a form of pressure warfare aimed at compelling the Qing court to negotiate. Rather than engage in prolonged ground battles, the British targeted coastal cities, key river routes, and strategic choke points. Their ability to move swiftly by sea allowed them to choose their engagements, strike unexpectedly, and withdraw before Chinese forces could mobilize responses. This flexibility turned the entire Chinese coast into a vulnerable frontier. In Canton, Commissioner Lin Zexu continued his efforts to maintain order and rally resistance. But he faced challenges on every front. The Qing military structure was riddled with corruption. Soldiers collected pay without drilling, commanders falsified troop numbers, and regional supply chains were slow and inefficient. When battles erupted along the river approaches to Canton, British Marines executed coordinated assaults while Qing defenders struggled with miscommunication and outdated tactics. The British could bombard fortresses from beyond the range of Chinese cannons, forcing defenders to abandon positions or suffer catastrophic losses. Local morale deteriorated rapidly. Merchants panicked as foreign trade collapsed, and villagers fled inland to avoid bombardment. Wealthy families relocated their households, fearing British landings and Qing conscription alike. The war created an atmosphere of uncertainty that undermined the region's economy. Furthermore, resentment toward the opium ban divided Cantonese society. Some Chinese elites blamed foreign aggression solely on British greed, while others secretly blamed the Qing government, arguing that the destruction of the British opium supply had provoked an unnecessary war. These internal debates weakened public unity at a moment when collective resistance was most needed. As winter turned to spring, British commanders realized they could not coerce the Qing court solely through pressure in the south. The Daoguang Emperor remained insulated from the full extent of British victories, receiving filtered reports that minimized the scale of defeat. Determined to force Beijing to take the conflict seriously, the British shifted their strategy northward. They sailed toward major Yangtze River ports and closer to the political heartland of the empire. The fall of Canton's defenses was not the end. It was merely the beginning of a campaign that would expose the structural weaknesses of the Qing Dynasty on a national scale. In 1841, the British Navy launched operations along China's eastern seaboard, beginning with a campaign that brought them to the mouth of the Yangtze River and the shores of Zhoushan Island. The capture of Zhoushan was swift and decisive. British cannon fire shattered the island's defenses, and Qing troops, unprepared for the ferocity of industrialized warfare, retreated in disarray. The fall of Zhoushan was symbolically devastating, as it lay dangerously close to the maritime routes leading to the imperial capital. For the first time in centuries, a foreign power had opened a pathway toward Beijing. This northern push revealed the enormous logistical advantages Britain possessed. Warships were supplied through global bases stretching from India to Singapore, while Qing forces depended on slow, land-based supply networks that could not keep pace with British movements. British soldiers were equipped with modern muskets and disciplined infantry tactics, whereas Chinese forces often relied on polearms, matchlock guns, and limited artillery that had changed little over the previous century. Qing commanders attempted to compensate with sheer manpower, but mass troops were helpless against explosive shells and naval bombardments. As British forces moved from port to port, they leveraged a strategy of selective warfare. They avoided deep inland campaigns and concentrated instead on controlling rivers, harbors, and transportation hubs. This allowed them to disrupt regional economies and undermine Qing authority without committing to massive troop deployments. The British also employed diplomacy, offering local officials lenient terms to surrender cities peacefully. Many regional administrators, fearing destruction and lacking support from Beijing, reluctantly complied. This pattern further eroded the central government's cohesion, showcasing how vulnerable the Qing administrative structure had become. The psychological impact on the imperial court was profound. Officials in Beijing were stunned that a barbarian nation could threaten regions near the capital. Traditional Chinese military philosophy had never envisioned a scenario in which foreign fleets could bypass coastal fortifications entirely and strike deep into the empire's economic arteries. Panic spread through the bureaucracy as memorials detailing catastrophic defeats accumulated on the emperor's desk. It became increasingly clear that China could not repel the British without extensive reforms. Yet reform was politically dangerous, socially destabilizing, and opposed by conservative factions within the court. With the capture of key cities and the Qing military reeling, Britain gained the leverage it needed to force negotiations. Yet the war was far from over, and the terms that Britain would demand would reshape China's relationship with the world permanently. By 1841, the First Opium War had moved beyond the southern provinces and entered a far more dangerous phase. British commanders, recognizing that regional assaults would not be enough to force the Qing dynasty into meaningful negotiations, prepared to advance upon the Yangtze Delta. China's economic powerhouse. This region, with its vast rice fields, dense population, bustling port cities, and merchant networks stretching across East Asia, represented the beating heart of Qing commerce. Controlling it would allow Britain to strangle the empire economically without ever needing to occupy large territories. The British fleet, equipped with steam-powered gunboats capable of navigating against river currents, sailed toward Ningbo and Shanghai with strategic precision. The Qing Dynasty had never imagined that enemy vessels could penetrate so deeply into its interior waterways. While the empire had experienced invasions from nomadic empires, internal rebellions, and maritime pirates, a technologically advanced naval force pushing through heavily populated economic corridors was unprecedented. Many Qing commanders simply had no tactical playbook for this kind of warfare. Their military textbooks emphasized cavalry charges, batch formations of infantry, and static fortifications, none of which were effective against warships capable of rapid maneuvering and sustained bombardment. As British forces captured Ningbo with minimal resistance, panic spread along the Yangtze corridor. Local elites, merchants, and officials faced an impossible choice: resist and risk destruction, or cooperate and be accused of treason by Beijing. Many chose passive non-cooperation, offering neither meaningful resistance nor support. This administrative paralysis became one of the defining features of the late Qing era, undermining local defense efforts. The imperial court, hundreds of miles away, struggled to issue coherent orders as war reports arrived at inconsistent intervals, often diluted by officials who feared punishment for delivering bad news. The fall of Ningbo revealed another critical weakness. The Qing tax system depended heavily on the prosperous Jiangnan region. If the British seized control of customs revenues or restricted rice shipments along the Grand Canal, the Qing state would face fiscal disaster. The Daoguang emperor, though frustrated and bewildered, still believed that a decisive turn could occur if enough loyal commanders rallied to the cause. However, his confidence rested on a military system that had not undergone serious modernization in generations. The empire was attempting to fight an industrial power using 17th century tactics, and the consequences became more evident with each British victory. As winter approached, British leaders debated their next target. The Yangtze offered a direct route toward Nanjing, a former imperial capital and major strategic hub. Capturing it would deliver a psychological and political blow that Beijing could not ignore. The Qing court, recognizing the threat, scrambled to raise militia forces and rebuild defenses along the river. But the momentum of the war had shifted decisively in Britain's favor. Every city that fell further weakened the empire's will to fight, pushing it closer to the negotiations that would culminate in the first of China's infamous unequal treaties. The deeper the British advanced into Chinese territory, the more the inner contradictions of the Qing system became exposed. The empire was vast but brittle. It governed through layered bureaucracies that often functioned effectively during peacetime, but struggled during crises. Corruption, already endemic, became catastrophic under the pressure of war. Supplies intended for frontline troops went missing, naval repair funds were siphoned into private pockets, and military recruitment faltered as local gentry families quietly avoided contributing men or resources to what they increasingly perceived as a hopeless conflict. The British Navy, meanwhile, operated with overwhelming confidence. Steam-powered paddles gave their ships the ability to navigate regions previously thought inaccessible to foreign vessels. Their gunners drilled relentlessly, maintaining accuracy and discipline that Chinese artillery crews could not match. Even when Chinese cannons were of comparable caliber, their older designs and slower reload times made them nearly ineffective against coordinated British fire. Qing junks, designed for coastal trade and armed with short-range cannons, were annihilated whenever they engaged British fleets. The disparity in naval technology was not simply a side factor. It was the core reason Britain could dictate the tempo and geography of the war. Morale among Qing troops deteriorated sharply. Soldiers who had expected to defend their homeland against traditional threats now found themselves confronting thunderous naval barrages and explosive shells that devastated entire formations in seconds. Many conscripts deserted, unwilling to face weapons they could neither understand nor counter. Others remained loyal but demoralized, compelled by duty rather than confidence. Accounts from the time describe troops staring helplessly as British ships bypassed defensive lines, rendering weeks of preparation irrelevant in minutes. Meanwhile, the Chinese civilian population endured significant hardship. As cities fell under British control, daily life was disrupted by embargoes, closed ports, halted grain transport, and widespread uncertainty. Though Britain often avoided direct oppression of civilians, preferring to maintain order in occupied cities, local populations still suffered from unemployment, inflated prices, and the fear that their homes could become battlefields at any moment. Refugees fled deeper inland, carrying stories of British firepower that further eroded confidence in the Qing leadership. The Qing court attempted to maintain legitimacy by emphasizing moral righteousness, portraying the war as a defense of Chinese values against foreign corruption. But this narrative struggled to compete with the reality on the ground. The empire's inability to protect its people or repel foreign invaders created a sense of vulnerability that rippled across society. Many scholars and officials questioned whether the dynasty had failed in its mandate of heaven, a concept deeply tied to the legitimacy of Chinese rulers. The war, therefore, was not only reshaping China militarily and economically, it was shaking the ideological foundation of the imperial system. As British forces began moving closer to Nanjing, the symbolic weight of the conflict intensified. The Qing Dynasty could no longer deny the scale of its military shortcomings. What had begun as an attempt to suppress opium had turned into a national crisis, revealing every fault line in China's imperial structure. The road to the Treaty of Nanjing was becoming unavoidable. By the spring of 1842, the British military command recognized that the Qing Dynasty was stretched beyond its limits. The capture of major coastal cities, the occupation of Zhoushan, the taking of Ningbo and Shanghai, and the successful navigation of the Yangtze River demonstrated that the empire was no longer capable of defending its heartlands. British leaders concluded that the only way to secure favorable trade terms and force China into a long-term settlement was to deliver a symbolic blow by targeting Nanjing, a city with enormous political and cultural significance. Nanjing, the ancient capital of several Chinese dynasties, was more than a strategic point. It represented historical continuity and national prestige. Its fall would send a clear message to Beijing. Further resistance would only bring ruin. British parliamentary debates made it clear that the goal was not territorial conquest in the European sense, but rather the establishment of commercial dominance through coercion. The war was a means to force China into a new relationship with the West, one based on open ports, legalized trade, diplomatic equality, and financial concessions. As British ships steamed up the Yangtze, the Qing government received increasingly dire reports. Cities along the river surrendered or fell with alarming speed. Defenses collapsed before they could be reinforced, and commanders who attempted resistance found themselves outgunned within minutes. The Qing court attempted to mobilize Green Standard Army units and 8 banner forces, but both systems were heavily outdated. Banner troops, once elite cavalrymen feared across Asia, have become ceremonial units burdened by hereditary stipends, spending more time in administrative posts than military training. They were entirely unprepared to confront industrialized warfare. When the British captured Zhenjiang, a heavily fortified city guarding the approach to Nanjing, the shock in Beijing was immediate. Zhenjiang's fall was one of the bloodiest battles of the war, marked by intense street fighting and high casualties. The city's rapid defeat demonstrated that even strong inland defenses could no longer protect the empire. The path to Nanjing was open. For the Qing court, the choice was stark: negotiate or face the possible bombardment and occupation of one of China's most revered cities. Peace envoys were dispatched in haste. The Qing negotiators, aware of their weakened position, sought to salvage as much dignity as possible. But British demands were firm: compensation for the destroyed opium cession of territory, establishment of treaty ports, fixed tariffs, and formal diplomatic equality. The Daoguang Emperor, though reluctant and humiliated, agreed that continuation of the war would risk the empire's survival. On August 29, 1842, aboard the British ship HMS Cornwallis, the Treaty of Nanjing was signed, ending the First Opium War and beginning a new and unequal chapter in China's encounter with the West. When the Treaty of Nanjing was signed aboard HMS Cornwallis in August 1842, it marked a turning point not only in Chinese history, but in the geopolitical balance of the entire Asian continent. Never before had the Qing Dynasty, an empire that once commanded vassals across East and Central Asia, been forced into a treaty dictated by a foreign power. The agreement symbolized more than the end of the First Opium War. It signaled the beginning of a new era in which Western industrial powers would impose their will on older Asian civilizations still operating under pre-industrial assumptions. The shock reverberated through China's political, cultural, and social institutions. The treaty forced China to cede Hong Kong Island to Britain, opening the door to what would become one of the most transformative colonial port cities in the world. At the time, however, Hong Kong cession served primarily as a humiliating symbol of defeat. It was a tangible sign that the Qing Dynasty had been coerced into surrendering sovereignty. Moreover, the treaty opened 5 ports: Canton, Xiamen, Fuzhou, Ningbo, and Shanghai, to British trade and residence. This was a radical departure from the old Canton system, which had tightly restricted foreign merchants to specific zones and limited their movement. Now, British traders could live in designated areas, conduct business with fewer restrictions, and operate under a new legal system that would soon place them beyond the reach of Chinese law. For many Qing officials, the treaty represented a catastrophic failure of the dynasty's moral and military authority. China had long believed itself the superior civilization, gifted with a unique cultural heritage and protected by the mandate of heaven. Yet the war had shown that moral righteousness was no match for industrial warfare. The treaty forced the Qing court to reckon with this uncomfortable reality. However, conservatives within the bureaucracy refused to acknowledge the systemic issues exposed by the conflict. Instead, they framed the defeat as an anomaly caused by corrupt officials, insufficient loyalty among local elites, or temporary misfortune. This ideological rigidity prevented the Qing dynasty from recognizing the magnitude of the threat posed by Western imperial powers. Beyond the Qing court, the treaty shocked East Asia as a whole. Neighboring states, including Korea, Vietnam, and Japan, watched closely as Britain bent China into signing a treaty that undermined centuries of regional hierarchy. Japan, in particular, drew crucial lessons from China's defeat. Japanese policymakers realized that industrialization and military modernization were no longer optional. They were essential for national survival. These observations would eventually contribute to the Meiji Restoration, which transformed Japan into a major global power while China continued to struggle with resistance to reform. The Treaty of Nanjing also imposed a massive indemnity of 21 million silver dollars, an enormous sum equivalent to years of state revenue. China's silver reserves, already weakened by decades of opium-induced outflow, suffered another severe blow. This financial burden would pressure the Qing government to increase taxation, contributing to growing social unrest. In the countryside, farmers faced higher levies, while regional governments struggled to meet imperial demands. The economic consequences rippled outward, setting the stage for future rebellions that would further destabilize the empire. In essence, the Treaty of Nanjing was not just a diplomatic document. It was a rupture in China's worldview, a fracture in the Qing Dynasty's authority, and the opening act in a series of concessions that would transform the nation's place in the world. One of the most consequential aspects of the post-war negotiations was the establishment of extraterritoriality, a system in which British citizens residing or trading in China would no longer be subject to Chinese law. Instead, they would fall under the jurisdiction of British consular courts. This legal arrangement, later expanded to other Western powers, effectively carved out foreign enclaves within China where Chinese sovereignty was limited or entirely absent. For the Qing Dynasty, this was deeply humiliating. The empire's legal system, built on centuries of Confucian norms and moral philosophy, held that the emperor's authority extended to all individuals within the borders of the realm. Extraterritoriality shattered this assumption. The British insisted that Chinese law was inhumane, arbitrary, or barbaric, using such rhetoric to justify their refusal to subject their citizens to it. But the true purpose of extraterritoriality was to give foreign merchants a protected space to conduct business without interference. This allowed the opium trade, though not technically legalized by the Treaty of Nanjing, to continue unofficially under the protection of British courts. In practice, British merchants who violated Chinese laws could not be prosecuted by local authorities, creating a dual legal system that favored foreign interests at every level. Tariff autonomy was another casualty of the treaty. The Qing government lost the ability to set its own import and export duties, and instead had to adhere to fixed tariff rates negotiated by Britain. These rates were deliberately low, ensuring that British manufactured goods could flood the Chinese market at competitive prices, undermining local industries. For centuries, China's economy had been largely self-sufficient, relying on domestic production rather than foreign imports. But now, British textiles, machinery, and other industrial goods gained a foothold. Chinese artisans and workshops, unable to compete with the efficiency of British factories, suffered significant economic decline over the following decades. These treaty port cities, especially Shanghai, quickly became centers of foreign influence. British, American, and later French concessions developed their own municipal councils, police forces, and economic systems. Chinese residents living within these concessions often found themselves governed by foreign laws rather than imperial authority. The Qing Dynasty thus faced the extraordinary situation of having enclaves on its own soil where it had no power. This erosion of sovereignty, peacefully imposed but profoundly destabilizing, became the hallmark of what historians would later call the century of humiliation. The social fabric of treaty port cities also began to change dramatically. Western missionaries, diplomats, merchants, and adventurers poured in, bringing with them not only goods but new ideas, religious teachings, and political philosophies. Chinese residents encountered Christianity, Western medicine, and industrial technologies, some of which inspired reformist intellectuals, while others provoked suspicion or resistance. The ports became laboratories of cultural exchange, conflict, and adaptation. Over time, they would play an essential role in the rise of Chinese nationalism. However, while the treaty ports were dynamic centers of transformation, they also symbolized inequality and humiliation. Many Chinese intellectuals argued that the Qing Dynasty had failed in its fundamental duty to defend the realm. This criticism helped sow the seeds of future political upheavals, including the Taiping Rebellion and later the late Qing reform movements. Extraterritoriality and fixed tariffs became constant reminders that China was no longer in control of its own destiny. The Qing government could no longer pretend that it remained the supreme power in East Asia. The treaty ensured that Western imperialism would become an unavoidable force in China's modern history. After the Treaty of Nanjing, China entered a period of profound internal upheaval. While the treaty was signed to end foreign aggression, it inadvertently set off a chain reaction of domestic crises that would plague the Qing dynasty for decades. The indemnity payments alone placed extraordinary financial strain on the empire. To meet the demands imposed by Britain, the government was forced to increase taxes and divert funds from essential administrative functions. Provincial officials struggled to collect enough revenue, and corruption worsened as many used the chaos to enrich themselves. Local populations, especially farmers, bore the brunt of the burden. Rising taxes combined with natural disasters in certain regions created widespread suffering. Economic disruption was not limited to taxation. The influx of foreign goods, especially British textiles, devastated traditional industries. Entire communities that had long relied on weaving, dyeing, or craft production suddenly found themselves unable to compete with industrial imports. Rural to urban migration increased as artisans sought new employment in treaty ports, but these cities were already overcrowded and ill-equipped to absorb large numbers of displaced workers. Social tensions grew as unemployment, inflation, and poverty worsened. The Qing dynasty's failure to respond effectively to these challenges eroded confidence in the government. The opium trade, though not legalized, continued to flourish under the protective umbrella of extraterritoriality. Addiction rates increased, particularly in coastal provinces where opium was most readily available. The drug spread created additional social instability, draining household incomes and weakening the workforce. Qing officials were caught in a bind. They were morally opposed to opium, but could not enforce prohibition in areas dominated by Western legal privileges. Their helplessness contributed to the widespread perception that the government was no longer capable of governing effectively. In this volatile environment, ideological and religious movements began to take root. Many peasants turned to secret societies, believing that local elites and corrupt officials were colluding with foreigners to exploit the population. Some of these groups espoused anti-Manchu sentiment, arguing that the Qing dynasty, founded by Manchu conquerors, had lost the mandate of heaven. The claim that foreign invasion was a sign of divine punishment gained significant traction, especially in regions suffering from famine or economic collapse. This growing discontent fueled the rise of one of the most devastating uprisings in world history, the Taiping Rebellion, which would erupt in 1850 and claim tens of millions of lives. Though not directly caused by the Treaty of Nanjing, the rebellion drew strength from the social and economic turmoil that followed in its wake. The Qing dynasty, already weakened by foreign aggression and internal decay, struggled to contain the expanding rebellion. The combination of treaty obligations, administrative corruption, and military weakness created a perfect storm that threatened to tear the empire apart. Thus, the Treaty of Nanjing did not simply conclude a war. It inaugurated an era of prolonged instability. The Qing Dynasty, once one of the most powerful empires in the world, now faced both internal collapse and external pressure. The treaty's consequences would shape China's modern trajectory, fueling demands for reform, revolution, and resistance that would continue for generations. In the years immediately following the Treaty of Nanjing, the Qing Dynasty found itself trapped in a paradoxical position. It had achieved peace with Britain, yet it had not restored stability within the empire. The war had left deep scars on the nation's psyche, and the changes imposed by the treaty forced China into a new geopolitical reality that it neither desired nor understood. Although open warfare ceased, the 1840s became a decade of uneasy, fragile calm in which unresolved tensions simmered beneath the surface, steadily eroding the foundations of Qing authority. At the highest levels of government, the Qing court attempted to portray the end of the war as a temporary setback, a minor disturbance caused by the treachery of Western merchants and the incompetence of certain provincial officials. The Daoguang emperor, embarrassed by the defeat, adopted a defensive strategy. He insisted that the treaty was an isolated event rather than a sign that China needed structural reforms. His advisors, especially conservatives, argued that the empire's Confucian institutions remained sound and that the best course of action was to strengthen moral governance rather than embrace Western innovations. This refusal to acknowledge systemic weaknesses would haunt China in the coming decades. Meanwhile, day-to-day life in the newly opened treaty ports underwent dramatic transformation. Foreign merchants flooded into Shanghai, Ningbo, and other port cities, establishing offices, warehouses, and residential districts. Diplomats and consular officials soon followed, creating parallel systems of administration independent of Qing control. Western missionaries arrived in growing numbers as well, determined to spread Christianity. They built schools, hospitals, and churches, often winning converts among the urban poor who had been abandoned by failing local institutions. For the first time, Chinese civilians encountered Western education, medicine, and ideas, triggering curiosity in some and hostility in others. But these changes also generated enormous cultural tension. Many Chinese saw the influx of foreigners as a threat to traditional values, and embarrassing stories about foreigners disregarding Qing laws spread quickly. Cultural misunderstandings escalated rapidly, as foreigners struggled to accept the hierarchical customs of Chinese society, while Chinese citizens resented the arrogance of diplomats who operated outside imperial authority. Even in peaceful times, street fights, tax disputes, and jurisdictional conflicts occurred with regular frequency. Economically, the nation was divided. Some regions benefited from foreign trade, particularly coastal merchants who could afford to adapt to new market conditions. But rural interior provinces saw little improvement. Traditional industries struggled to compete with imported factory goods, and peasants faced rising taxes designed to help the government pay the treaty indemnities. Local corruption intensified as officials attempted to squeeze revenue from an already stressed population. While the Qing court tried to project strength, the reality was that it had lost control over key economic zones, faced moral discontent, and saw rising resentment among both elites and commoners. The empire was at peace, but it was a peace defined by imbalance, humiliation, and growing instability. This fragile equilibrium would collapse within decades, as new conflicts with Western powers erupted and internal rebellions threatened to tear the empire apart. By the late 1840s, foreign presence in China had expanded far beyond the initial expectations of both the Qing Dynasty and Western governments. The treaty ports evolved rapidly into cosmopolitan centers where Chinese and foreigners interacted daily, and often uneasily. Western merchants established well-organized trade networks, forming partnerships with Chinese intermediaries who were willing to navigate both cultural spheres. This created a new class of wealthy Chinese brokers who accumulated fortunes by facilitating foreign trade, further widening the economic gap between coastal elites and the impoverished interior. Missionaries, however, had an even greater impact on everyday Chinese life. Unlike merchants, who were primarily interested in profit, missionaries sought long-term influence through evangelism, education, and medicine. They learned local languages, traveled into rural areas, and challenged long-standing cultural traditions they considered superstitious or outdated. To many Chinese villagers, missionaries appeared intrusive, sometimes disrespectful of local customs, often determined to reshape the worldview of their converts, and always protected by extraterritorial privileges. This protection meant that missionaries could not be punished by Chinese authorities, even when their actions offended local residents. Tensions grew rapidly, resulting in riots, violent clashes, and accusations on both sides. Yet despite cultural conflict, missionaries introduced innovations that would reshape Chinese society in the long term. Western medical practices, particularly surgical techniques, inoculation methods, and treatments for infectious diseases, offered alternatives to traditional medicine. Missionary schools provided education to children of all social classes, teaching mathematics, modern science, and foreign languages. Some reform-minded Chinese saw these institutions as opportunities rather than threats. They studied Western books and began translating scientific and technical texts, laying the intellectual groundwork for future reform movements. At the same time, the economic landscape was undergoing dramatic change. Shanghai became the crown jewel of treaty ports, a bustling commercial hub where global trade converged. Banking houses, shipping firms, and insurance companies established branches, transforming the city's waterfront into a modern metropolis. Chinese merchants who embraced Western business models gained wealth and influence, while traditional guilds struggled to maintain relevance. The influx of silver revived certain sectors of the economy, but also increased social inequality. Rural areas were left behind, their economies stagnant, and their populations burdened by taxation and debt. The Qing court viewed these developments with mounting anxiety. On one hand, it desired the tax revenue generated by foreign trade. On the other, it feared the ideological and cultural influence that accompanied Western presence. Officials debated whether China should adopt Western technology to strengthen the military. Yet many conservatives dismissed such ideas as dangerous deviations from Confucian principles. This internal division prevented timely reforms, allowing Western powers to expand their influence steadily. As the 1840s gave way to the 1850s, the cracks in Qing governance deepened. Growing tension between Chinese civilians and foreign residents, worsening economic conditions in the interior, and an increasingly assertive Western diplomatic presence began building momentum toward another conflict. The fragile peace achieved after the First Opium War was quietly dissolving, replaced by a volatile atmosphere that would soon erupt into the Second Opium War. The early 1850s marked the beginning of a new and dangerous chapter in China's struggle with Western imperialism. The superficial calm that followed the Treaty of Nanjing masked deeper, unresolved issues that would soon resurface with greater intensity. As foreign merchants gained confidence and Western governments reassessed their strategies in Asia, the demands placed on China grew increasingly aggressive. At the same time, internal instability, especially the outbreak of the Taiping Rebellion in 1850, crippled the Qing government's ability to manage external threats. From the British perspective, the Treaty of Nanjing had been only a partial victory. While Britain gained access to 5 ports and secured extraterritorial rights, Many British merchants and officials believed the treaty had not gone far enough. They wanted full diplomatic representation in Beijing, inland travel rights, expanded trade across the entire empire, and most importantly, the legalization of the opium trade. The British government argued that opium was essential to maintaining trade balance, but its push for legalization was driven equally by economic self-interest and imperial attitudes that dismissed Chinese laws as obstacles to free commerce. Other Western powers, France, the United States, and Russia, soon followed Britain's lead, demanding similar privileges. The Qing Dynasty, however, steadfastly resisted additional concessions. The Daoguang Emperor had died in 1850, and his successor, the Xianfeng Emperor, ascended the throne amidst unprecedented chaos. The Taiping Rebellion, which erupted in southern China, consumed vast military resources and destabilized major provinces. Millions of civilians fled the conflict zones, production collapsed, and the dynasty struggled to suppress one of the largest uprisings in world history. Western diplomats saw China's internal crisis as an opportunity. With the Qing military stretched thin, they pressed for renegotiated treaties that would expand foreign rights across China. But the Qing court, factionalized and overwhelmed by domestic rebellion, refused. The emperor feared that granting more concessions would further erode imperial legitimacy at a time when millions were already rebelling against the dynasty. This refusal heightened Western frustration. Tensions exploded with a series of diplomatic incidents, most notably the Arrow Incident in 1856, in which British officials claimed that Qing authorities had unlawfully boarded a British-registered ship in Canton. Although the case involved a local dispute over piracy, Britain used the incident as a pretext for war, arguing that China had violated the Treaty of Nanjing. France, citing the killing of a French missionary, joined Britain in preparing military intervention. Together, they formed an allied force determined to force China into additional concessions. The Qing Dynasty, distracted by the Taiping Rebellion and unable to present a united front, was ill-prepared for another conflict with modern Western armies. The fragile peace achieved after the First Opium War was over. China soon found itself on the brink of yet another devastating confrontation, the Second Opium War, which would further erode its sovereignty, deepen its humiliation, and push the empire closer to collapse. By the mid-1850s, the Qing dynasty found itself fighting for survival on multiple fronts. Yet it was the Arrow Incident of 1856 that ignited the Second Opium War. What made this moment particularly disastrous was not merely the dispute itself, small, localized, and rooted in a questionable legal claim, but the geopolitical environment in which it occurred. Britain, France, and other Western powers had grown increasingly frustrated with the perceived limitations of the Treaty of Nanjing. They wanted deeper commercial access, expanded diplomatic privileges, and most importantly, the removal of all barriers that hindered their ability to conduct business throughout China. The Qing dynasty, still reeling from internal rebellions and administrative disarray, resisted these demands, hoping to preserve the last fragments of sovereignty after years of humiliation. The stage was set for renewed conflict. The Arrow Incident centered on a Chinese-owned but British-registered ship named Arrow, allegedly involved in piracy and smuggling. Qing authorities boarded the vessel, arrested several Chinese sailors, and lowered the British flag. British officials claimed this action violated the Treaty of Nanjing, insisting that the Qing government had no right to interfere with a ship under British protection. However, the truth was far more complex. The Arrow's registration under the British flag had expired days earlier, meaning Britain's legal justification was questionable at best. Despite this, British diplomat Harry Parkes exaggerated the incident, presenting it to the British government as a deliberate insult to the empire. He portrayed Qing officials as reckless violators of international agreements, knowing that such framing could rally support for military action. Britain, already searching for a pretext to force China into renegotiating the treaty system, seized upon the Arrow incident with remarkable speed. Newspapers in London sensationalized the story, depicting the Chinese as lawless, ungrateful, and hostile to diplomatic norms. The Palmerston government, eager to project imperial strength and secure commercial advantage, argued that only a decisive show of force could compel China to respect British interests. Parliament approved military intervention, even though some politicians recognized that Britain was using a flimsy justification to start another war. France joined the conflict shortly afterward, citing the execution of a French missionary in inland China, a tragic incident that, while serious, was also opportunistically used to justify French participation in joint military operations. With Britain and France aligned, China now faced an even more powerful alliance than in the First Opium War. The Qing Dynasty, already drained by the Taiping Rebellion and struggling to maintain control in war-torn provinces, lacked both the military capacity and diplomatic flexibility to defuse the crisis peacefully. When British and French forces began bombarding Canton in late 1856, the Qing government was shocked by the ferocity and speed of the assault. Canton's defenses, weakened by years of neglect, collapsed rapidly under the modern artillery of the Anglo-French coalition. This attack demonstrated once again the enormous technological disparity between China and the West. While Qing soldiers still relied on outdated muskets, swords, and matchlock firearms, Western forces employed rifled cannons, steam-powered gunboats, and precision-drilled infantry. The imbalance was overwhelming and undeniable. Throughout southern China, news of the renewed conflict spread rapidly. Civilians fled the region, fearing bombardments and occupation. Trade froze, local administrations collapsed, and a fragile economic recovery after the First Opium War dissolved almost instantly. The Qing court, overwhelmed and unprepared, attempted to rally reinforcements, but the empire's internal instability made coordinated defense nearly impossible. As the war expanded, Britain and France turned their eyes toward deeper concessions, ones that would fundamentally reshape China's relationship with the Western world. Canton, long the center of Sino-Western interaction, became the first major battlefield of the Second Opium War. To Britain and France, the city was both a practical target and a symbolic one. British merchants had deep commercial interests there, and Canton had historically been the most restrictive port under the old Canton system. Its local officials were known for their hostility toward foreign demands, making it an ideal location for Britain and France to demonstrate overwhelming military superiority. In late 1856 and early 1857, British and French fleets sailed into the Pearl River region with a precision and confidence that shocked local authorities. Their warships positioned themselves strategically along the river, bombarding fortifications with explosive shells that reduced defensive structures to rubble. Steam-powered vessels maneuvered effortlessly against currents, allowing them to outflank Qing River defenses. Chinese junks attempted resistance, but were outgunned, sinking rapidly under concentrated artillery fire. The Anglo-French coalition combined naval superiority with coordinated ground assaults, employing disciplined infantry tactics that Chinese defenders could not match. Qing officials in Canton, including the notorious Governor-General Yi Mingshun, reacted with confusion and stubborn defiance. Yi underestimated the threat posed by the Western powers, clinging to the belief that moral righteousness and political firmness would be enough to repel the invaders. He refused to negotiate or retreat, insisting that surrender would dishonor the empire. However, his refusal to adapt militarily or diplomatically proved catastrophic. As British and French troops stormed Canton's fortifications, his command structure collapsed. Messages went unanswered, reinforcements failed to arrive, and defensive lines disintegrated in chaotic retreat. By early 1858, Canton had fallen completely under Allied occupation. Yi Mingchun was captured and later died in captivity, becoming a symbol of both Qing's stubbornness and incompetence. The occupation deeply humiliated the Qing court, but even more troubling was the administrative vacuum that followed. With local governance disrupted, order in Canton deteriorated. Foreign forces attempted to establish stability, but their presence generated resentment and further unrest among residents. The city became a microcosm of the broader tensions between China and the West, an environment where cultural misunderstanding, economic exploitation, and political humiliation intertwined. The fall of Canton had strategic implications far beyond the city itself. It confirmed to Britain and France that the Qing military posed little threat to their operations, encouraging them to extend the war northward toward Beijing. It also highlighted the empire's dire administrative weaknesses. Officials in Beijing struggled to coordinate responses, often receiving outdated or inaccurate reports about the situation. Communication breakdowns between the central government and the provinces intensified, revealing how fragile the imperial administrative network had become. Meanwhile, foreign powers interpreted China's disorganized resistance as justification for demanding expanded privileges. They argued that only by opening the entire nation to foreign oversight, trade, and diplomacy could China be reformed into a stable and predictable partner in global commerce. This distorted narrative served imperial interests, masking the reality that Western aggression, not Chinese mismanagement, was driving the conflict. Canton's occupation thus marked a turning point in the Second Opium War. It emboldened Western powers, destabilized southern China, and demonstrated once again that the Qing Dynasty was unprepared for industrial-era warfare. The fall of Canton was not merely a military defeat. It was the beginning of a deeper political crisis that would soon reach Beijing itself. With Canton firmly under control, Britain and France turned their attention toward northern China, preparing to strike closer to the imperial core of the Qing Dynasty. They recognized that to force the Qing government into accepting expanded treaty terms, they had to target key strategic locations near Beijing. The logical first step was Tianjin, the port city linking the coast to the imperial capital. By controlling Tianjin, the Anglo-French alliance could threaten Beijing directly, placing immense pressure on the Xianfeng Emperor's court. In 1858, the Anglo-French fleet advanced along the Bohai Gulf, navigating with remarkable ease into the Hai River estuary. Unlike the First Opium War, where Qing officials were shocked by British mobility, the Qing government was painfully aware of its military disadvantages. Yet awareness did not translate into effective resistance. The Qing coastal defenses, though somewhat improved since the 1840s, remained outdated in both technology and strategy. Static shore batteries armed with old cannons stood no chance against maneuverable steam-powered gunboats, equipped with superior firepower. When the Allied fleet reached the Daegu forts, which guarded the entrance to Tianjin, they met resistance, but the result was inevitable. Despite the brave efforts of Qing soldiers, the forts fell quickly under heavy bombardment. Explosive shells rained down on fortifications, igniting powder magazines and causing massive casualties. Qing troops, unable to match the accuracy or range of Western artillery, were forced into chaotic retreat. For the second time in 2 decades, the military weakness of the empire was laid bare. The fall of the Daegu forts opened the path to Tianjin, and the Anglo-French forces advanced with confidence. Facing overwhelming pressure, Qing negotiators realized that further resistance would risk the bombardment of Beijing itself, a scenario the imperial court could not tolerate. The Xianfeng emperor reluctantly authorized envoys to negotiate. The result was the Treaty of Tianjin, 1858, a sweeping set of concessions far more intrusive than the Treaty of Nanjing. Western diplomats triumphantly declared that China had finally agreed to modern diplomatic norms. But the treaty's terms were deeply unequal and designed to expand foreign influence across the empire. The treaty granted foreign powers the right to establish embassies in Beijing, an unprecedented intrusion into the imperial heartland. It legalized Christian missionary activity throughout China, allowed foreign travel to the interior, opened additional ports, and imposed further indemnities. Most devastatingly, it moved China closer to the de facto legalization of the opium trade, which Western merchants insisted was necessary for commercial balance. The Qing Dynasty did not willingly accept these terms. They signed the treaty under military duress, aware that refusal might result in the destruction of Beijing. However, the treaty did not bring lasting peace. The Xianfeng emperor and his court were outraged by the treaty's humiliation and sought ways to resist its implementation. They hoped to reverse or renegotiate its terms, especially the establishment of foreign embassies in Beijing, which many viewed as an intolerable insult to imperial dignity. This resistance would soon trigger an even more violent confrontation, culminating in the infamous attack on the Daegu forts in 1859 and the devastating Anglo-French March on Beijing in 1860. The Second Opium War, already far more complex and destructive than the first, was entering its most explosive phase. The Qing Dynasty's efforts to resist foreign domination were about to collide head-on with the full force of Western imperial power. After the signing of the Treaty of Tianjin in 1858, the Qing Dynasty found itself at a crossroads. On paper, the treaty ended hostilities and opened a path for foreign diplomats to enter Beijing. But the emperor and his conservative advisors viewed the treaty's terms as unacceptable humiliations that threatened the very foundation of the imperial order. The idea that Western envoys, barbarians, in traditional Qing terminology, would enter the Forbidden City or establish permanent diplomatic residences near the imperial heartland was seen as a violation of centuries of ritual hierarchy. The Qing court, already shaken by foreign aggression and internal rebellion, could not psychologically or politically accept this erosion of imperial dignity. Thus, even as the treaty was signed, the stage was set for renewed conflict. In 1859, a British delegation attempted to travel to Beijing to ratify the treaty. This was supposed to be a peaceful diplomatic mission, but the Qing authorities had no intention of allowing the delegation to reach the capital. They sought to block the foreign envoys without directly violating the treaty, a political tightrope that ultimately proved disastrous. The Qing military commander at the Daegu forts, Seng Rinchen, a Mongol noble loyal to the emperor, took it upon himself to strengthen the coastal defenses drastically. He believed that a decisive show of resistance could restore Chinese pride and halt foreign encroachment. With limited modern knowledge but strong determination, he rebuilt fortifications, dug trenches, installed more cannons, and trained troops for the inevitable confrontation. When the British delegation approached the Daegu forts in June 1859, they expected the Qing to abide by the treaty and allow passage. Instead, they found the river blocked with stakes, chains, and underwater obstacles. The British attempted to force their way through with smaller vessels. believing that Qing forces would scatter as they had in previous engagements. But this time, events unfolded differently. Sang Rinchun's forces waited until the British ships were trapped in the narrow channel, then unleashed a devastating bombardment. Cannons thundered from fortified positions, arquebusiers fired from hidden redoubts, and fire rafts were sent drifting toward British ships. Caught off guard, the British suffered one of their most humiliating defeats in China. Several vessels were wrecked. More than 400 soldiers and sailors were killed or wounded, and the surviving ships retreated in disarray. Western newspapers were stunned by the news, and British pride was deeply wounded. The Qing court, ecstatic with the unexpected victory, hoped this triumph signaled the beginning of a broader reversal of Western influence. Poems were written celebrating the bravery of Sang Rinchun's troops, and officials optimistically predicted the foreign invaders might finally respect Qing authority. Yet this celebration masked a dangerous misunderstanding of Britain's intentions. Rather than deterring foreign aggression, the 1859 defeat enraged British leaders and convinced them that China would only respect force. The British public, already accustomed to imperial victories around the world, demanded retaliation. France also shared Britain's frustration, interpreting the attack as a violation of the spirit of the Tianjin Treaty. The two nations quickly agreed that the Qing Dynasty had openly defied the settlement and must be punished. Plans for a far larger military expedition were drafted, with the explicit goal of breaking Qing resistance once and for all. The Qing Dynasty, believing it had won a moral and military victory, failed to prepare for the overwhelming retaliatory force that would soon arrive. The triumph at Daegu, while celebrated, was temporary. It merely delayed and intensified the inevitable confrontation. A storm was gathering that would reshape the capital itself and mark one of the most tragic episodes in Imperial Chinese history, IN 1860. The Anglo-French alliance returned to China with a renewed determination that dwarfed all previous efforts. The humiliation of 1859 had galvanized Britain's political leadership, while France, under Emperor Napoleon III, was eager to expand influence in Asia. Both powers agreed on a clear objective: force the Qing Dynasty to honor the Treaty of Tianjin and accept deeper foreign involvement in China. This time, the expedition was designed not merely as punitive retaliation, but as a decisive strike intended to break Qing resistance at its core. The new expeditionary force was massive, far larger and better equipped than the troops deployed in the first phase of the war. British and French armies consisted of thousands of seasoned soldiers, supported by advanced artillery, modern rifles, engineers, medical units, and a formidable fleet of warships. Steam-powered vessels gave them the ability to maneuver quickly and maintain logistical support along the coast and rivers. The Qing Dynasty had no comparable military resources. The empire was still embroiled in the Taiping Rebellion, with its best units deployed far from the northern front. As a result, northern defenses remained dangerously understaffed and poorly trained. When the Allied fleet reached northern China in mid-1860, their strategy was clear: retake the Daegu forts, capture Tianjin, and march directly toward Beijing. The attack on the Daegu forts in August 1860 showcased the overwhelming technological superiority of the Western forces. This time, the Allies approached with caution, studying the defensive layout and employing coordinated land and naval attacks. Their artillery bombarded the fortifications with explosive shells before infantry units stormed the walls. Qing defenders, though fighting bravely, were rapidly overwhelmed. Sang Rinchun's forces suffered heavy casualties, and the forts fell within hours. The fall of the Daegu forts opened the path to Tianjin, which the Allies seized with minimal resistance. Qing officials attempted to open negotiations, but the Anglo-French commanders insisted on advancing until an unambiguous surrender was achieved. The Qing court, in a state of panic, ordered the mobilization of bannermen and green standard troops. But these militiamen were no match for disciplined Western infantry. As the Allied army marched toward Beijing, local communities along the route were thrown into chaos. Refugees poured into the countryside, spreading fear and stories of unstoppable foreign forces. One of the most dramatic events occurred when Qing forces captured and tortured members of the British and French diplomatic missions. Several envoys and escorting personnel were killed, including a British journalist, a French diplomat, and Indian soldiers serving under British command. This incident enraged the Allied commanders. Lord Elgin of Britain and General Cousin-Montauban of France viewed the executions not only as barbaric violations of diplomatic protection, but also as personal affronts that demanded severe retaliation. The capture and suffering of Western personnel would later become a key justification for the burning of the Old Summer Palace, a cultural catastrophe that remains deeply painful in Chinese memory. As the Allied army advanced, Zheng Rinchen attempted one final stand near Xingjiawen and Baliqiao, hoping to protect Beijing's eastern approach. His cavalry, though courageous and experienced in steppe warfare, was rendered ineffective against Western rifles and artillery. The Qing army was routed in both battles, suffering devastating losses. With the capital now defenseless, the Xianfeng Emperor fled to the Summer Palace in Rihe, now Qingda, leaving his brother Prince Gong to negotiate with the invading powers. By September 1860, the Anglo-French army stood at the gates of Beijing. What followed would alter China's cultural landscape forever and deepen the legacy of humiliation that defined China's relationship with the West. The arrival of the Anglo-French forces outside Beijing in late 1860 marked one of the darkest and most symbolic moments in Chinese imperial history. With the Qing military defeated and the emperor in flight, the capital stood vulnerable. Negotiations began under immense pressure. Prince Gong, acting as the emperor's representative, met with British and French envoys to discuss the ratification of the Treaty of Tianjin and additional demands. But the recent torture and killing of Western prisoners cast a long shadow over the negotiations and hardened the position of the Allied commanders. Lord Elgin, the British High Commissioner, announced that a severe punitive action was necessary to avenge the prisoners' deaths and to send a message that such offenses would never be tolerated. After extensive deliberation, the British, supported by the French, decided on a symbolic act of destruction: the complete burning and looting of the Old Summer Palace, or Unequal, one of the Qing Dynasty's greatest cultural treasures. The palace was not merely a residence. It was an immense complex of gardens, lakes, libraries, temples, artworks, and architectural marvels built over a century. It represented the pinnacle of Chinese aesthetic achievement. In October 1860, British and French troops entered the palace grounds and began an orgy of destruction. Priceless art, manuscripts, porcelain, jade carvings, and historical artifacts were looted in staggering quantities. These items would later appear in museums and private collections across Europe, where many remain to this day. After the looting, British troops set fire to the complex. For days, the palaces burned, sending smoke clouds across Beijing. The destruction of Unequal was both a military action and a psychological assault, intended to break the Qing Dynasty's spirit and force compliance. The burning of the Old Summer Palace remains one of the most painful episodes in Chinese cultural memory. It was not a battlefield loss, but a deliberate attack on the heart of China's artistic and historical heritage. Even foreign observers at the time, including some British officers, expressed discomfort at the scale of destruction. Yet Elgin defended his decision, arguing that destroying the palace was preferable to executing Qing officials and would deliver a greater moral lesson to the Qing court. With Beijing effectively under occupation, the Qing Dynasty had no choice but to negotiate. The Convention of Beijing, 1860, was signed shortly thereafter. Its terms were even harsher than the Treaty of Tianjin. China was forced to open more ports, legalize the opium trade, cede the Kowloon Peninsula to Britain, allow free movement of missionaries, and pay enormous indemnities. Western nations secured broad diplomatic privileges, including the right to station embassies in Beijing and purchase land for legations. The Second Opium War left China shattered politically, culturally, economically, and psychologically. The Qing Dynasty had suffered the humiliation of seeing foreign troops march through its capital and destroy one of its greatest palatial complexes. This century of humiliation deepened drastically, and the dynasty's legitimacy suffered blows from which it would never fully recover. The Convention of Beijing, 1860, marked yet another devastating milestone in China's long descent into semi-colonial subjugation at the hands of Western imperial powers. Coming on the heels of the Anglo-French occupation of Beijing and the horrific destruction of the Old Summer Palace, the treaty was accepted not through negotiation, but through coercion and fear. The Qing Dynasty, already battered by internal rebellions and militarily crippled by the Second Opium War, lacked the leverage to resist the harsh demands imposed by Britain, France, and Russia. Prince Gong, acting as the emperor's representative, was forced to sign the agreements under the shadow of foreign cannons still trained on the city. The Convention of Beijing confirmed and expanded the concessions extracted under the Treaty of Tianjin 2 years earlier. It legalized the opium trade, a catastrophic development that the Qing had resisted for decades. Opium was now openly bought, sold, and transported under the protection of foreign law, ensuring that addiction would spread even more deeply into Chinese society. China also ceded additional land to Britain, most notably the Kowloon Peninsula, extending British Hong Kong onto the mainland. France gained similar privileges, including the right to build churches and expand missionary operations across the interior. Russia, though less directly involved in the war, secured immense territorial gains in the northeast through diplomatic pressure, annexing the region that would become modern Vladivostok and vast tracts of Siberian coastline. Foreign legations were formally established in Beijing, something the Qing court had resisted fiercely. The symbolic significance of this cannot be overstated. For centuries, the Forbidden City had been the center of a world order in which the Chinese emperor stood at the pinnacle of civilization. Now, representatives of foreign powers set up permanent diplomatic residences near the imperial court, operating as equal or superior participants in China's internal affairs. The ritual and ideological foundations of Qing sovereignty were irreparably undermined. The treaty ports expanded dramatically. In addition to previous ports, new ports were opened along the Yangtze River, up the coast as far as Manchuria, and in the south near Vietnam. Foreign ships could travel freely along major rivers, giving them unprecedented access to China's inland trade networks. This effectively pierced the economic heart of the empire. Customs duties were placed under foreign supervision, ensuring that Western nations, not China, determined tariff policies. This loss of tariff autonomy weakened China's fiscal independence, making it dependent on foreign revenue systems to sustain even basic administrative functions. The Qing Dynasty, once a self-confident imperial power, now found itself trapped in a web of foreign-imposed obligations. These agreements were enforced by gunboats and soldiers, leaving China no room for negotiation. The emperor, humiliated by the invasion of his capital, retreated in shame to the imperial summer retreat in Rihe, seeking solace in isolation while the real governance of China increasingly fell into the hands of diplomats, regional leaders, and foreign bureaucrats. The dynasty's legitimacy, already shaken after decades of mismanagement, was now openly questioned across the empire. Ordinary people felt the consequences almost immediately. Taxes rose sharply to pay indemnities. Foreign goods flooded markets. Local industries crumbled under foreign competition, and opium addiction ravaged entire towns. China was no longer the master of its own destiny. It had become a fragmented realm where foreign powers dictated the rules, and the Qing Dynasty, unable to defend its own capital, struggled to muster even symbolic authority. The convention of Beijing deepened this downward spiral, cementing China's weakened status and setting the stage for further internal collapse. The fallout from the Second Opium War triggered profound economic and social turmoil across the Chinese Empire. Although the treaty port system introduced new avenues for international commerce, the benefits were overwhelmingly skewed toward foreign traders, local elites who collaborated with them, and a small number of coastal merchants who adapted quickly to the new economic landscape. For the vast majority of the population, especially farmers, artisans, and small urban workers, the era brought hardship, insecurity, and destabilization. One of the most destructive consequences was the continued spread of opium addiction, now fully legalized and protected by foreign law. The legalization effectively removed all remaining barriers to the opium market, allowing British merchants, Indian suppliers, and Chinese brokers to expand distribution networks deep into the interior. Although the Qing government attempted to regulate consumption through taxation, its efforts were ineffective. The social costs were catastrophic. Opium drained household wealth, weakened the labor force, and exacerbated poverty in rural areas already strained by natural disasters and war. Entire families fell into debt as male heads of household spent increasing portions of their income on the drug. Beyond opium, the influx of foreign manufactured goods devastated traditional industries. Chinese textile makers, who had long relied on hand-operated looms and family-based production methods, were unable to compete with British machine-made cloth. Skilled artisans saw their livelihoods disappear as imported metal tools, clocks, kerosene lamps, and textiles flooded the market at prices far lower than local producers could sustain. Blacksmiths, weavers, potters, and carpenters, professions that had formed the backbone of rural economies, were ruined en masse. Growing unemployment created a crisis that local officials were not equipped to manage. In port cities such as Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Tianjin, the landscape transformed rapidly. Foreign concessions, urban districts controlled entirely by Western powers, expanded into bustling commercial hubs with paved streets, modern buildings, banks, factories, and shipping docks. These concessions operated under foreign laws, foreign police, and foreign courts, effectively forming small semi-colonial enclaves within China. They attracted migrants seeking work, but the sharp divide between foreign wealth and Chinese poverty fueled resentment, social tension, and rising nationalist anger. Meanwhile, the Qing government struggled to manage its fiscal responsibilities. Foreign control over customs revenue meant the state lost a major source of income. To pay indemnities from the treaties, the Qing administration raised land taxes, squeezed peasant communities for additional revenue, and deepened its dependence on wealthy local elites who acted as intermediaries in revenue collection. This empowered provincial leaders and weakened the central government further. As a result, corruption soared, bribery became pervasive, and local public works, such as irrigation systems, road repairs, and flood control fell into disrepair. Natural disasters compounded the crisis. Severe floods in several provinces destroyed crops and fueled famine. Without adequate relief systems in place, millions suffered from starvation or migrated in search of work, contributing to widespread social unrest. The Qing Dynasty's inability to provide aid reinforced the perception that the dynasty had lost the mandate of heaven. Secret societies capitalized on this discontent, spreading anti-Manchu rhetoric and mobilizing rural populations for rebellion or local self-defense. The wealth divide became increasingly visible, while foreign merchants and a small number of Chinese collaborators grew immensely wealthy. The majority of the population slipped deeper into poverty. Urban slums developed around treaty ports, housing thousands of destitute laborers who worked long hours for meager wages. In rural areas, famine, banditry, and displacement became endemic. For many, life under the treaty system felt like a form of internal colonialism, one in which foreigners governed the economy, elites profited, and the common people suffered. Thus, the Second Opium War did not just reshape China's political structure. It fundamentally altered its economic and social order, deepening the fractures that would soon erupt in massive rebellions and hasten the eventual fall of the Qing Dynasty. By the early 1860s, the Qing Dynasty stood at the edge of political collapse. The dynasty had endured foreign invasion, the destruction of its cultural treasures, the humiliation of the treaties, and the overwhelming pressures of the Taiping Rebellion, one of the most devastating civil wars in human history. While struggling to suppress internal uprisings, the Qing court also faced regional fragmentation, administrative disintegration, and ideological challenges that shook its foundations to the core. The legitimacy of the Manchu rulers, already questioned by Han Chinese intellectuals, was now openly debated in many provinces. One of the central reasons for this legitimacy crisis was the emperor's retreat from governance. The Xianfeng emperor, humiliated by the occupation of Beijing and demoralized by military defeats, fled the capital during the Anglo-French invasion and never returned. He relocated to the mountain retreat of Rihe, where he secluded himself in despair and left political affairs largely to a small circle of advisors. His inability to lead during crisis left a vacuum at the top of the government. When he died in 1861, the throne passed to his young son, the Tongji Emperor, who was only 5 years old. The court entered a regency period dominated by empress dowagers, particularly Cixi, who would become one of the most influential and controversial figures in late imperial China. The Qing bureaucracy, long the backbone of imperial governance, suffered severe fragmentation during this period. Provincial officials, tasked with suppressing rebellions and managing local economies, increasingly relied on their own networks of militia and financing, often independent of the central government. This shift marked a critical decentralization of power. Military leaders such as Zheng Weifan, Li Hongzhang, and Zhuge Zongtong rose to prominence by raising regional armies, most notably the Xiong Army and the Huai Army, to combat rebellions. These forces were loyal not to the emperor, but to regional commanders. Although they played a crucial role in stabilizing parts of the empire, their rise signaled the weakening of centralized authority. The ideological basis of Qing rule, Confucian orthodoxy, also came under intense scrutiny. Scholars questioned whether the dynasty had lost the mandate of heaven, as foreign invasions and natural disasters were traditionally interpreted as signs of divine displeasure. The destruction of the old summer palace became a powerful symbol of the dynasty's inability to protect the realm. Intellectuals and reformist thinkers began calling for new ideas, including the adoption of Western technology, military organization, and administrative reforms. Yet conservatives fiercely resisted such proposals, arguing that China's problems stemmed not from technological inferiority, but from moral decay. This ideological struggle created paralysis within the government, preventing effective reform at a time when transformation was desperately needed. Social unrest continued to grow. The treaty ports became flashpoints for anti-foreign sentiment, with riots erupting periodically as resentment over economic exploitation and cultural intrusion boiled over. Missionaries, now free to travel into the interior, sometimes clashed with local customs, leading to accusations of arrogance or sacrilege. These tensions contributed to violent confrontations, including the infamous Tianjin massacre of 1870, where several foreign missionaries were killed. Although this event occurred a decade later, its roots lay in the social and ideological shifts of the post-war years. Externally, China faced new pressures from other imperial powers. The United States, Germany, Japan, and Russia all began demanding similar rights to those secured by Britain and France, forcing China into a series of additional treaties and concessions. The Qing Dynasty, unable to resist these demands, saw its sovereignty steadily erode. China was no longer the central power of East Asia. It had become a weak, semi-colonial empire surrounded by aggressive neighbors and predatory Western powers. The crisis of legitimacy was not merely political, it was existential. Many Chinese citizens, intellectuals, and local leaders believed the dynasty no longer deserved to rule. The social contract between ruler and ruled had been shattered. Although the Qing dynasty would survive for another half-century, the seeds of its downfall were firmly planted in the blood-soaked years following the Second Opium War. In the wake of the Second Opium War and the humiliating treaties that followed, the Qing dynasty entered one of the most critical transitional periods in its long history. The empire was bruised, fragmented, and humiliated, but it was not yet ready to collapse. Shocked by the destruction of Beijing, the death of countless soldiers, and the blatant superiority of Western weaponry, some members of the Qing court finally began to acknowledge what reform-minded officials had long warned. China could no longer rely solely on traditional Confucian governance or outdated military systems. The empire needed to adapt or perish. This recognition gave birth to the self-strengthening movement, a decades-long effort to modernize China's military, industry, and administration by selectively adopting Western technology and practices. Although the movement never fully transformed the empire, and eventually failed due to internal contradictions, it marked China's first major attempt to bridge the enormous technological gap between itself and the industrializing world. The movement's foundations were laid by a group of pragmatic, reform-minded officials, including Zheng Guofan, Li Hongzhang, Zhuo Zongtang, and later Zhang Jidao. These men, known as the provincial strongmen, had risen to prominence by suppressing internal rebellions such as the Taiping, Nian, and later the Muslim uprisings in the Northwest. Their military and administrative success gave them considerable leverage within the court, and they used that influence to push for limited modernization. The movement began with military reforms, as officials recognized that China's outdated weaponry and tactics had been disastrously exposed during the Opium Wars. The Qing established arsenals modeled on Western factories, producing modern rifles, cannons, ammunition, and military equipment. The Jiangnan Arsenal, founded in Shanghai in 1865, became a flagship institution, manufacturing weapons, translating Western scientific texts, and training Chinese engineers. Similar arsenals emerged in Fuzhou, Tianjin, and other coastal cities. Chinese students were sent abroad to study engineering and military science, marking one of the earliest instances of formal overseas education in Chinese history. Naval modernization was another area of intense focus. The devastating naval defeats during the First and Second Opium Wars convinced officials that China needed a modern fleet capable of defending its long coastline. Under Li Hongzhang's leadership, the Qing established the Beiyang Fleet, which would become one of the largest naval forces in Asia by the 1880s, equipped with state-of-the-art ironclads purchased from European shipyards. Dockyards, naval academies, and shipbuilding industries were created to support this expanding maritime infrastructure. Yet the self-strengthening movement faced immense obstacles from its inception. Conservative factions within the court, including many Manchu nobles, resisted reforms on ideological grounds, believing that Western technology could corrupt Chinese values. They viewed modernization as a threat to Confucian morality, social hierarchy, and traditional governance. This ideological rigidity forced reformers to walk a delicate tightrope, advocating a strategy summed up by the famous slogan, "Chinese learning for essence, Western learning for utility." This phrase reflected the belief that China could adopt Western technology while preserving its Confucian cultural foundation, a compromise that ultimately limited the movement's effectiveness. Despite these challenges, the self-strengthening movement did produce meaningful changes. China's military became more modernized, industries began emerging in major cities, and new administrative institutions appeared. But these reforms were fragmented, inconsistent, and hampered by corruption, factionalism, and limited central support. The movement planted the seeds of modernization, but it could not overcome the deeper systemic weaknesses that plagued the Qing state. By the late 19th century, it was clear that China's reforms were lagging far behind those of Western nations. In Japan, which would soon prove the consequences of partial modernization during the First Sino-Japanese War. As the self-strengthening movement progressed through the 1870s and 1880s, China entered an era of unprecedented industrial and diplomatic experimentation. Although modernization remained uneven and limited in scope, the country began to experience transformations that reshaped its economic landscape and internal power structures. Treaty ports remained hubs of foreign influence, but they also became gateways through which new technologies, ideas, and industries entered China. While traditionalists viewed these developments with suspicion, reformers saw them as vital to national survival. Industrialization during this period focused primarily on the production of military equipment and the modernization of infrastructure. Steamship companies were founded to reduce reliance on foreign-owned shipping firms that had come to dominate China's coastal trade routes. The China Merchants Steam Navigation Company, established under Li Hongzhang's leadership, represented one of the first attempts by the Qing government to build a state-supported industrial enterprise capable of competing with Western businesses. Although hampered by internal politics and managerial difficulties, the company helped stimulate economic growth along China's major river systems. Telegraph lines, railways, and modern postal systems slowly emerged. However, progress in these areas was painfully slow due to widespread opposition from conservative officials who feared that railroads could disrupt feng shui, undermine social stability, or enable foreign espionage. In several provinces, local gentry organized mobs to tear up newly laid railway tracks, prompting the government to halt or modify construction. Telegraph lines were similarly attacked, as some villagers believed they interfered with ancestral spirits or damaged agricultural harmony. These reactions illustrated the deep cultural resistance reformers faced at every turn. Diplomatically, the Qing Dynasty began establishing formal contact with foreign nations for the first time. The Zhongliyamen, China's first modern foreign affairs office, was created to manage diplomatic relations and negotiate with Western governments. Chinese officials traveled abroad, visited European capitals, and observed foreign institutions firsthand. These missions exposed them to modern constitutional systems, military academies, parliaments, and industrial centers. Some returned deeply impressed, convinced that China needed deeper reforms. Others returned fearful that Western influence posed a threat to Chinese identity. One of the most critical diplomatic events of this era was China's evolving relationship with Japan. Historically, Japan had been part of China's cultural sphere, drawing heavily from Chinese philosophy, writing systems, and governance models. However, after witnessing China's humiliations during the Opium Wars, Japanese leaders embarked on the Meiji Restoration, a rapid modernization program that transformed Japan into a modern nation-state. While China struggled with partial reforms and internal opposition, Japan embraced Western technology and political systems with remarkable speed. By the late 19th century, the balance of power in East Asia was shifting, with Japan emerging as the new regional heavyweight, a dramatic reversal of centuries of Sino-Japanese hierarchy. The self-strengthening movement helped China modernize just enough to stay afloat, but not enough to compete with the rapidly industrializing world. Reforms often depended on regional leaders rather than the central government, creating a decentralized patchwork of progress and stagnation. Provincial armies grew more powerful than the imperial army, and local industries often served regional interests rather than national ones. Moreover, corruption undermined many projects, as officials siphoned funds from arsenals, shipyards, and infrastructure programs. These structural weaknesses would become painfully clear when China faced its next major challenge, the First Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 95. This conflict, which erupted over control of Korea, would expose the fatal shortcomings of the self-strengthening movement and plunge China into one of its most humiliating defeats. By the early 1890s, the Qing Dynasty faced a new geopolitical threat, the rising power of Meiji Japan. Unlike China, Japan had fully embraced modernization, transforming its military, economy, and political institutions in a matter of decades. The two nations' competing interests in Korea, a kingdom long influenced by China but increasingly coveted by Japan, brought their rivalry to a breaking point. The result was the First Sino-Japanese War, 1894 to 95, a conflict that would shatter China's remaining illusions about the effectiveness of the self-strengthening movement and confirm its status as a declining empire. The Beiyang fleet, once considered the pride of China's modernization efforts, symbolized this collapse. Built with modern ironclad warships and substantial government investment, it was expected to serve as China's first line of defense against foreign aggression. However, years of corruption, mismanagement, and diverted funds left the fleet in a disastrous state by the time war broke out. Empress Dowager Cixi, who effectively controlled the imperial government, had allegedly redirected naval funds to renovate the Summer Palace, delaying vital upgrades to the fleet's weaponry, ammunition, and repairs. Officers were undertrained, sailors were poorly disciplined, and logistical support was inadequate. In contrast, Japan entered the conflict with a well-trained, highly coordinated modern army and navy modeled on Western standards. Japanese commanders understood the importance of mobility, firepower, and rapid strategic execution, principles that China's outdated military culture had failed to implement. The war's outcome was swift and catastrophic for China. At the Battle of the Yalu River, Japan's navy demonstrated superior tactics, gunnery, and coordination, routing the Beiyang fleet in one of the most decisive naval battles in East Asian history. Chinese ships, undermanned and poorly maintained, were overwhelmed by the speed and accuracy of Japanese fire. The defeat shattered confidence in China's naval capabilities and revealed the deep failures of the self-strengthening movement's military reforms. On land, Japanese forces advanced rapidly through Korea and into Manchuria, capturing key cities and defeating Qing armies repeatedly. Chinese troops, many poorly trained and equipped, could not match Japan's modernized military structure. The organizational chaos within the Qing command system further exacerbated the situation, as rival factions within the government interfered with military decisions, undermining coordination and morale. The war ended with the Treaty of Shimonoseki, 1895, one of the most devastating treaties in Chinese history. China was forced to recognize Korea's independence, effectively ceding it to Japan's sphere of influence, pay massive indemnities, cede Taiwan and the Penghu Islands to Japan, and grant Japanese nationals extensive commercial privileges in China. For the first time, China had lost a war not to a Western empire, but to a neighboring Asian power, one that had once been deeply influenced by Chinese civilization. This humiliation triggered a national identity crisis. Intellectuals, reformers, and students concluded that the self-strengthening movement had failed because it reformed technology but not institutions, science but not governance, industry but not national consciousness. China's inability to modernize politically, educationally, and socially had rendered even its best military reforms ineffective. The defeat ignited widespread calls for sweeping change. Reformers argued that China needed to adopt constitutional government, modern education, industrial economy, and national unity to survive. Their demands culminated in the 100 Days Reform of 1898, an ambitious but short-lived attempt at radical transformation that would ultimately fail, paving the way for deeper turmoil and revolution. The defeat in the First Sino-Japanese War, 1894 to 1895, was a psychological earthquake that shook China to its core. For centuries, China had viewed Japan as a culturally junior partner, a nation that borrowed heavily from Chinese civilization. That such a country could modernize rapidly and then defeat China so overwhelmingly shattered long-held assumptions about the natural hierarchy of East Asia. The humiliating Treaty of Shimonoseki, which forced China to cede Taiwan, cut off traditional influence over Korea, and pay enormous indemnities, caused panic across the empire and revealed the deep structural failures that decades of partial reform had failed to fix. In the aftermath of the war, Chinese society entered a period of intense self-examination. Scholars, officials, merchants, and students debated fiercely over why China had fallen so far behind. Many concluded that the failures of the self-strengthening movement stemmed from its shallow nature. It had imported foreign machinery and military hardware, but it had not reformed China's political system, educational institutions, or ideological foundations. Reform-minded thinkers argued that China needed more than technological imitation. It required a transformation of governance, knowledge, and political philosophy. One of the most influential voices during this period was Kang Yue, a scholar who advocated for sweeping institutional reform grounded in reinterpretations of Confucian classics. Kang argued that Confucianism was not inherently conservative or anti-modern. Rather, the rigidity of Qing orthodoxy had distorted its original spirit of moral evolution and adaptability. Together with his student Liang Qichao, Kang developed a vision of constitutional monarchy, modern education, industrial development, and political decentralization, ideas directly inspired by Japan's successful Meiji reforms. His writings circulated widely among young scholars and urban elites, sparking what would become one of the most energetic reformist movements in Chinese history. Foreign threats intensified the urgency of these debates. After China's defeat, Western powers rushed to carve out spheres of influence, leasing ports, controlling railroads, and demanding mining rights. Germany took Jiaozhou Bay, Russia moved into Manchuria, France expanded in southern China, and Britain strengthened its hold over the Yangtze region. Newspapers across China warned that the country was being partitioned by imperial predators. These anxieties fueled nationalist sentiment and convinced many that without immediate and comprehensive reform, China would suffer the fate of Africa, divided entirely among foreign powers. Emperor Guangxu, then in his early 20s, was deeply influenced by the reformist movement. Intelligent but politically inexperienced, he grew increasingly frustrated with the conservative grip of the imperial bureaucracy, especially that of Empress Dowager Cixi, who had effectively controlled the court for decades. Guangxu believed that only rapid modernization could save China from collapse. His growing alliance with Kang Youwei and other reformers set the stage for the dramatic political struggle that would soon unfold. The years following the Sino-Japanese War were thus marked by ideological upheaval, political realignments, and rising urgency. Reform seemed not merely desirable, but necessary for national survival. Yet the entrenched conservatism of the Qing court, the power of the traditional bureaucracy, and the looming presence of Empress Dowager Cixi created a volatile atmosphere in which radical change would soon collide with fierce reaction. China was on the brink of its most ambitious reform attempt in centuries, but also on the edge of one of its most devastating political failures. In 1898, the growing frustration over China's weakness reached a climax with the launch of the 100 Days Reform, a bold and sweeping attempt to transform the Qing Dynasty into a modern constitutional state. Emperor Guangxu, convinced that gradual reform was no longer viable, listened to the urgings of Kang Youwei and Liang Qichao and issued a rapid series of edicts designed to overhaul nearly every aspect of Chinese governance. Though the reform lasted only about 3 months, its ambition was unprecedented. It aimed to reshape China's political structure, education system, economy, and military all at once. The reform agenda included establishing a constitutional monarchy, reorganizing ministries along modern lines, promoting industrialization, reforming the examination system by introducing Western sciences, creating modern universities, encouraging students to study abroad, and reorganizing military training to reflect modern warfare. Newspapers and political clubs were to be encouraged, giving rise to embryonic public opinion. These measures were radical not simply for their content, but for their speed and for the way they sought to dismantle centuries of Confucian bureaucracy. For many reformers, this period felt like the dawn of a new China. Young scholars, urban merchants, and progressive officials celebrated the emperor's newfound assertiveness. Intellectual circles buzzed with excitement. New schools opened, translations of Western works increased, and discussions of nationalism, democracy, and constitutionalism spread. Reformist newspapers flourished, creating public debate on a scale previously unknown in imperial history. The emperor's determination to break free from conservative influence inspired hope that China might finally escape the cycle of humiliation and backwardness. But the reforms also provoked intense opposition. Conservative officials viewed the movement as an assault on the Confucian foundation of the state. They feared that rapid change would destabilize society, undermine their authority, and erode the rituals and traditions that justified imperial rule. Many Manchu nobles believed that reformers sought to weaken ethnic Manchu power in favor of Han Chinese scholars and merchants. Furthermore, reformers lacked deep institutional support. Many provincial governors were ambivalent, and military leaders aligned with the conservatives. At the center of the resistance stood Empress Dowager Cixi, a political mastermind who had ruled the empire from behind the throne for decades. Although she had initially supported limited modernization, She despised the idea of rapid reforms led by her adoptive son, the Guangxu Emperor, without her supervision. She feared that the reformers aimed to strip her of influence entirely. Rumors swirled that Guangxu planned to confine her permanently and assume full personal rule. By September 1898, the opposition reached its breaking point. Conservative officials, alarmed by the pace of change, plotted with Cixi to halt the reforms. They arrested reformist allies, silenced newspapers, blocked new decrees, and placed the emperor under virtual house arrest in the Forbidden City. The crackdown culminated in the execution of the Six Gentlemen of 1898, prominent reform advocates who were beheaded as a warning to future radicals. Kang Yue and Liang Qichao fled into exile, escaping only through foreign assistance. The 100 Days reform ended as abruptly as it began. Empress Dowager Cixi reclaimed the reins of government, reversing many reforms and reinstating conservative control. The promise of constitutional transformation was extinguished, at least temporarily, but the ideological fire lit by the reformers would not die. Their writings spread internationally, inspiring Chinese students abroad, fueling revolutionary movements, and laying the intellectual foundations for the political upheavals of the 20th century. The failure of the 100 Days reform marked a tragic turning point. China had attempted to modernize peacefully from within, but its political structure proved too rigid to adapt. The clash between reform and reaction left the empire deeply divided, and the consequences would soon erupt into violence on a national scale. In the aftermath of the failed 100 Days reform, China descended into a state of ideological confusion, political resentment, and deepening insecurity. Reformers were exiled or silenced. Conservatives regained control, and the imperial court returned to a defensive posture. But beyond the palace walls, a new and unpredictable force was emerging. A grassroots movement fueled by anti-foreign anger, economic desperation, and apocalyptic beliefs. This movement, known as the Boxer Uprising, would erupt into one of the most explosive anti-imperialist revolts in Chinese history. The roots of the Boxer movement lay in northern China, where rural poverty, drought, famine, and economic disruption had devastated communities. Foreign railroad construction had displaced farmers. Missionary activity had angered local gentry, and carved spheres of influence had stripped officials of authority. Many villagers believed that foreigners had offended local gods, poisoned wells, disrupted feng shui, and brought misfortune upon the land. Rumors spread that missionaries were kidnapping children, harvesting organs, or desecrating graves. These fears, combined with resentment toward foreign privileges, created a toxic atmosphere ripe for rebellion. At the center of this simmering tension were the Yehechuan, or righteous and harmonious fists, a secret society known to foreigners as the Boxers because of their martial arts rituals. The Boxers blended martial training, spirit possession, and millenarian beliefs, claiming that gods and ancestors would grant them supernatural powers to resist bullets and destroy foreign invaders. While their beliefs appeared fantastical to outsiders, they resonated powerfully with rural communities who felt abandoned by the state and oppressed by foreign domination. Initially, Qing officials were divided over the Boxers. Some saw them as dangerous rebels, akin to the White Lotus and other secret societies. Others saw them as potential allies who could resist Western encroachment at a time when the Qing military remained weak. Empress Dowager Cixi, frustrated by decades of foreign aggression and humiliated by China's decline, gradually shifted towards supporting the Boxers, seeing them as a possible grassroots force against imperialism. By 1899, Boxer uprisings spread across Shandong, Jili, Modern Hebei, and surrounding provinces. armed with swords, spears, red sashes, and spiritual talismans. Boxer groups attacked Christian converts, foreign missionaries, railroads, telegraph lines, and foreign property. Churches were burned, Chinese Christians were lynched, and violent clashes erupted in dozens of towns. Western diplomats demanded protection, while provincial officials struggled to contain the violence. In early 1900, the movement escalated dramatically. Tens of thousands of Boxers marched toward Beijing, chanting slogans such as "Support the Qing, destroy the foreign." Their message appealed to conservatives at court who believed that China's only path to salvation lay in resisting foreign encroachment by force. As the Boxers approached the capital, Cixi made a fateful decision. She embraced the movement and declared war on all foreign powers in June 1900. This decision would plunge China into yet another devastating international conflict, the Boxer War, which would bring foreign armies into Beijing for the second time in 40 years and further deepen China's century of humiliation. By the dawn of 1900, China had become a pressure cooker of fear, superstition, anger, and national humiliation. The rural north, particularly Shandong, Zhili, Hebei, and parts of Shaanxi, suffered from repeated droughts, crop failures, floods, and economic collapse. Foreign railroads cut through ancestral lands, disrupting water systems and displacing farmers. Missionary compounds spread across the countryside, offering legal protection to Christian converts who often became immune to local authority. Peasants who had once lived within the traditional moral order of Confucian relationships now found themselves trapped between natural disaster, foreign encroachment, and a government too weak to protect them. Amid this turmoil, the Boxer movement ignited like wildfire. The Yehechuan, righteous and harmonious fists, were not a single organized army, but a loose coalition of martial arts societies, secret brotherhoods, rural militias, and millenarian cults. Their rituals, rooted in a mixture of folk religion, Taoism, Buddhism, and martial tradition, promised supernatural protection. Boxers believed that through intense training, spirit possession, and ritual chanting, they could become invulnerable to bullets. Mediums would fall into trances, claiming to be inhabited by warrior gods who urged them to cleanse China of foreign influence. While their beliefs may seem fantastical today, they must be understood in the context of desperation. Rural communities have been shattered by famine, banditry, and foreign domination. The imperial government was failing to maintain order. Villagers turned to Boxers because they represented hope. Hope that China could resist its decline, hope that God still favored the people, and hope that spiritual strength could overcome foreign guns. As Boxer bands grew larger, they launched attacks on Christian churches, missionary families, Chinese converts, rail lines, and foreign-owned businesses. Their slogan, Fu Qing Wei Yang, support the Qing, destroy the foreign, captured their complex relationship with the government. Initially, the Qing court viewed them with suspicion, remembering earlier uprisings such as the White Lotus Rebellion. But as the movement gained momentum, some conservative officials began to see the Boxers as a weapon, a massive grassroots force that might counteract foreign domination at a time when the court itself was too weak to fight. By May 1900, tens of thousands of Boxers marched toward Beijing, destroying telegraph poles, railway tracks, and churches along the way. Their arrival in the capital created panic among the foreign community, who barricaded themselves inside the legation quarter. The foreign diplomats sent urgent telegrams to their governments, pleading for military intervention. 8 nations, Britain, France, Russia, Germany, Japan, the United States, Italy, and Austria-Hungary, began preparing an international force to rescue their citizens. Inside Beijing, chaos reigned. Emperor Wangshu, still under the tight control of Empress Dowager Cixi after the 1898 coup, was powerless. Cixi herself faced a monumental decision: suppress the Boxers and protect foreign lives, or embrace the movement and unleash them against foreigners. Her final choice would alter the fate of the dynasty. As Boxer numbers swelled and conservative officials assured her the gods would protect China, Cixi became convinced that this uprising might be the last chance to restore Qing sovereignty. In June, she issued a declaration of war against all 8 foreign powers, a decision that would bring catastrophe upon the empire. With the stroke of a brush, China had declared war on almost the entire industrialized world. A massive storm was about to strike Beijing, and the Qing Dynasty stood directly in its path. The declaration of war in June 1900 plunged Beijing into one of the most dramatic and chaotic sieges of the modern era. Foreign diplomats, missionaries, businessmen, and their families, nearly 1,000 foreigners in total, barricaded themselves inside the legation quarter, a walled district that housed embassies and consulates. Alongside them were thousands of Chinese Christians seeking refuge from the Boxers, who viewed Chinese converts as traitors to their culture. The siege was a bizarre, tragic, and deeply symbolic confrontation. On one side were multinational defenders, British Marines, American soldiers, German gunners, Japanese infantry, and volunteers from all nationalities. On the other side were Boxer fighters armed with swords, spears, rakes, knives, and old muskets, joined by segments of the Qing military who, now following imperial orders, assisted in the assault. The conflict illustrated the full clash between pre-industrial China and industrial modernity, between faith-driven martial culture and disciplined, technologically advanced warfare. Boxers surrounded the legation quarter, launching nightly attacks, burning nearby buildings, and attempting to breach the walls. They chanted spells, performed rituals, and claimed divine protection, but their weapons were no match for machine guns, repeating rifles, and modern artillery. Still, their sheer numbers and determination made them formidable. Qing troops added organized firepower, creating a constant barrage of bullets over the legation walls. Inside the siege, conditions deteriorated rapidly. Food supplies dwindled, clean water became scarce, and disease spread. Missionary families tended to the wounded. Makeshift hospitals were set up, and foreign soldiers tried to ration ammunition. Chinese Christians suffered the worst. Many had fled with only the clothes on their backs, and few had military training. Yet they contributed significantly to the defense, digging trenches, carrying messages, and producing ammunition. Diplomatic communication was nearly impossible. Fires burned across Beijing, fogging the air with ash. Rumors spread that the Qing court planned to massacre all foreigners within days. Meanwhile, the 8-nation alliance scrambled to assemble a relief force, initially sending a small unit under British Admiral Seymour. But this first expedition was ambushed repeatedly by Boxers and Qing troops, forcing a retreat toward Tianjin, a humiliating setback that convinced Western governments to deploy a far larger and more coordinated army. While the siege persisted, internal tensions within Beijing deepened. Prince Duan, a fervent anti-foreign conservative, encouraged the Boxers and pushed for total elimination of foreigners. Prince Qing, a more pragmatic official, attempted to negotiate discreetly with foreign diplomats, fearing total war would destroy the dynasty. Empress Dowager Cixi vacillated, torn between ideological loyalty to anti-foreign conservatives and pragmatic fear of catastrophic defeat. One of the most dramatic moments came when Qing General Ronlu, secretly sympathetic to Prince Gong's earlier moderate stance, ordered his troops to limit artillery fire on the legations. This covert act arguably saved the foreign community, as unrestricted bombardment would likely have overwhelmed the defenders before relief forces arrived. Beijing became a silent battleground of competing Qing factions, some trying to massacre foreigners, others trying to preserve them to limit future foreign retaliation. For 55 days, the legation quarter held out under relentless attack. Fires consumed entire neighborhoods. Night battles turned the skies orange. Ammunition and food ran dangerously low. Then, in August 1900, distant artillery thunder announced the arrival of the Eight-Nation Alliance. The siege was about to break, and Beijing was about to fall under foreign occupation. In August 1900, the International Relief Force, over 20,000 soldiers drawn from 8 nations, launched the final assault on Beijing. This multinational army represented some of the most advanced military powers of the modern age. Japan contributed the largest contingent of troops, followed by Russia, Britain, the United States, Germany, France, and smaller forces from Italy and Austria-Hungary. Their march through northern China was marked by sharp battles, atrocities, and widespread destruction as they advanced toward the capital. Beijing's defenses, weakened by internal political strife and exhausted by months of conflict, could not resist this massive coalition. Boxers attempted to halt the advance with ambushes and improvised defenses, but they were devastated by modern artillery and disciplined infantry. Qing forces, disorganized and demoralized, retreated in confusion. Many commanders, fearful of being blamed for defeat, avoided decisive engagement. On August 14, 1900, foreign troops stormed Beijing's gates. The legation quarter erupted in celebration as the siege lifted, but elsewhere in the city, chaos unfolded. Soldiers from different countries raced to capture key positions, and in their wake came looting, executions, and retaliatory violence. German Kaiser Wilhelm II had famously urged his troops to act with brutality, and many did exactly that. Civilians were caught between fleeing Qing forces and advancing foreign armies. Palaces, temples, homes, and markets were ransacked. The scars left by the burning of the old summer palace in 1860 were reopened and deepened. Empress Dowager Cixi and the Guangxu Emperor fled the capital disguised as peasants, traveling westward towards Yan. Their escape symbolized the collapse of imperial authority. Once again, the Qing Dynasty had allowed foreign armies to occupy Beijing, an unforgivable humiliation that undermined its legitimacy even further. After the occupation, the foreign powers demanded severe punishment. They imposed the Boxer Protocol of 1901, one of the harshest treaties China had ever endured. Its terms included a massive indemnity of 450 million taels of silver, about 10 billion US dollars in today's value, paid over 39 years with interest. The stationing of foreign troops permanently in Beijing and along the railway to Tianjin. The execution or exile of pro-Boxer officials. A ban on importing weapons. Expansion of foreign churches and missionary privileges. Public humiliation rituals in which Chinese officials were forced to apologize to foreign representatives. This treaty transformed China into a semi-colonial protectorate, its sovereignty shredded piece by piece. The Qing Dynasty, already weakened, now found itself unable to recover from the political, financial, and ideological devastation inflicted by the Boxer War. The aftermath left China financially drained, politically humiliated, socially fractured, and militarily impotent. Yet even as the empire staggered toward collapse, a new generation of intellectuals, soldiers, and revolutionaries emerged, determined to overthrow the dynasty and rebuild China from the ruins. The signing of the Boxer Protocol in 1901 marked a turning point in the history of the Qing Dynasty, one that made it painfully clear that China could no longer continue with its old systems of governance. The enormous indemnities, foreign troop garrisons, political humiliations, and permanent foreign presence in Beijing shattered whatever remained of the dynasty's prestige. Yet, ironically, it also triggered a final, desperate, and in many ways unprecedented attempt to modernize the empire from within. This period, often known as the New Policies Reform Era, was the Qing court's last attempt to save itself from collapse. When Empress Dowager Cixi and Emperor Guangxu returned to Beijing in 1902 after their exile in Xi'an, they found a capital transformed. Foreign troops patrolled the streets, embassies exercised power openly, and international businesses had expanded operations. The imperial bureaucracy, once the unquestioned authority in the capital, now competed with foreign officials who commanded greater respect and sometimes greater fear among the population. Cixi, hardened by the defeat, understood that her old strategy of cautious conservatism could no longer sustain the dynasty. The international humiliation had made it clear China needed reform and needed it urgently. Thus, beginning in 1901, the court introduced sweeping new reforms that went far beyond anything attempted during the self-strengthening movement. The Qing government issued edicts abolishing the centuries-old civil service examination system, the Confucian foundation of imperial governance. This was a radical break from tradition. For over a millennium, the exam system had shaped Chinese intellectual culture, social hierarchy, and political selection. Its removal was more than a policy change. It symbolized the collapsing authority of Confucian orthodoxy. In place of the old examination system, the Qing court promised to establish a modern school system modeled on Western educational practices. New schools were built across the provinces. Universities, vocational schools, police academies, and military colleges opened in major cities. Thousands of students were sent abroad to Japan, Europe, and the United States, forming a new generation of educated youth with modern political consciousness. Many of these students would later return as revolutionaries, reformers, or founders of political movements that would shape China's modern era. Administrative reforms also accelerated. The government attempted to establish new ministries modeled on modern nation-states. Ministries of Commerce, Police, Foreign Affairs, and Education. Railway construction increased rapidly, although not without resistance from foreign powers who still controlled many rights to rail development. The Qing also attempted to modernize the army, consolidating regional forces into the new army, equipped with modern rifles, uniforms, and training methods inspired by Germany and Japan. Many of the officers in this new army would later play key roles in the revolution that overthrew the dynasty. Perhaps most ambitiously, the Qing court announced plans to transition from autocratic monarchy to constitutional monarchy. In 1908, after years of pressure from reformers, the court issued a timetable for establishing a parliament, provincial assemblies, and a constitution. Though these plans were slow and largely symbolic, they reflected a growing realization that the dynasty had little time left. Yet these reforms, while sweeping, were also deeply contradictory. They aimed to preserve the Qing dynasty, but in doing so, they empowered the very social groups, students, military officers, journalists, merchants, and new professionals, who wanted to overthrow it. The reforms discredited traditional institutions without providing stable replacements. The sudden abolition of Confucian exams left countless scholars unemployed, angry, and politically volatile. Provincial assemblies created new platforms for criticism of the government. The modern army trained officers who developed nationalistic ideas that transcended loyalty to the Manchu court. Thus, while the Qing reforms represented a bold attempt to modernize, they ultimately accelerated the empire's collapse. The foundations of the old order had been destroyed, but the new order had not yet taken shape. China entered the final decade of the Qing era in a fragile, unstable, and combustible condition, ripe for revolution. The early 20th century was a period of explosive intellectual and political transformation in China. The humiliations of the Opium Wars, the failures of the self-strengthening movement, the catastrophe of the Boxer War, and the limitations of the new policies reforms all combined to produce an atmosphere of profound national self-questioning. Among the emerging urban educated classes, a new ideology took hold. Nationalism, a concept that had not existed in imperial China in the Western sense. At the forefront of this ideological revolution was Dr. Sun Yat-sen, a political visionary whose ideas blended Western republicanism, Christian ethics, anti-imperialist ambition, and deep concern for China's suffering. Born in Guangdong and educated in Hawaii and Hong Kong, Sun developed a global network of supporters among overseas Chinese communities who provided funding and political support for repeated attempts to overthrow the Qing Dynasty. His organization, variously known as the Revived China Society and later the Tongmenghui United League, became the most influential revolutionary movement in Chinese history. Sun Yat-sen articulated his political program through the three principles of the people. Nationalism, Minzu, ending foreign domination and uniting China as a sovereign nation. Democracy, Minquan, replacing autocracy with republican government. Livelihood, Minsheng, promoting social welfare, land reform, and economic modernization. These ideas resonated with students, intellectuals, and radical officials disgusted by the dynasty's weakness. Revolutionary propaganda spread through newspapers, pamphlets, and secret societies. In treaty ports and foreign concessions, areas less controlled by the Qing, political imagination flourished. Students studying in Japan, in particular, became deeply influenced by Japanese nationalism and Western political theories. Thousands joined Sun Yat-sen's movement or formed their own radical groups. Nationalist sentiment also spread among the new military. Officers in the modernized New Army, many of whom were Han Chinese resentful of Manchu privilege, became sympathetic to revolutionary ideals. They studied Western military strategy, read political tracts, and formed underground cells within regiments. The Qing Dynasty, ironically, had created a modern army that no longer felt loyalty to the throne. Meanwhile, foreign imperialism continued to inflame nationalistic anger. Russia's expansion into Manchuria, Japan's victory in the Russo-Japanese War, 1904 to 1905, and the continued presence of foreign garrisons in Beijing convinced Chinese nationalists that their country was on the verge of partition. Newspapers warned that China risked becoming the next India, a colony carved into pieces by foreign empires. The Qing government's response to nationalism was inconsistent. Some court officials, alarmed by rising public anger, attempted to accelerate constitutional reforms. Others tried to suppress student movements, censor newspapers, and arrest revolutionary writers. But repression only fueled resentment, while the reforms appeared superficial and too slow. During this period, numerous revolutionary uprisings erupted across China. Abortive coups in Guangzhou, Hunan, Anqing, and elsewhere. Although these early attempts failed, each one weakened the dynasty and emboldened the revolutionaries. The Qing responded with executions and repression, but each execution turned martyrs into symbols of national salvation. By the late 1900s, the tide of public opinion had turned irrevocably against the Qing. The dynasty's Manchu identity became a focal point of criticism. Many argued that China could never modernize or resist foreign powers as long as it was ruled by an ethnically alien dynasty that had failed so catastrophically during the Opium Wars and Boxer War. The ideological, political, and military forces unleashed in these years were too powerful for the Qing to contain. Revolution was not merely possible, it was becoming inevitable. The final catalyst for the Qing dynasty's collapse emerged from an unexpected source: railroads. By the late 1900s, railways represented the backbone of modernization. They facilitated trade, enabled military mobilization, stimulated industrial growth, and symbolized national progress. However, because foreign nations had acquired monopoly rights over many rail lines during the treaty era, railroads also became symbols of national humiliation. In 1911, the Qing government attempted to nationalize local railways, many of which were funded by provincial gentry, merchants, and local investors. The goal was to consolidate the lines and secure foreign loans to accelerate national development. But this plan backfired disastrously. Provincial elites saw nationalization as a betrayal, an act that transferred their hard-earned assets into the hands of a central government they distrusted and which they believed would simply sell the lines to foreign powers. This triggered the Railway Protection Movement, a massive protest movement that swept across Sichuan, Hubei, Hunan, and Guangdong. Demonstrations escalated into riots. Provincial assemblies condemned the policy. Merchants withdrew support from the government, and local militias mobilized. The Qing responded by sending troops to suppress the movement, particularly in Sichuan. But the deployment of these troops had an unintended consequence. It weakened the Qing's control over the central military hub of Wuchang, located in Hubei province. On October 10, 1911, revolutionary cells within the new army stationed in Wuchang staged an uprising. What began as a small mutiny quickly escalated into a full-scale revolution. The soldiers seized armories, occupied government buildings, and declared the fall of the Qing dynasty. Once news spread, provincial governments across China began declaring independence from the Qing. Within weeks, Hunan, Shaanxi, Jiangxi, Fujian, Yunnan, and Guangxi joined the revolution. The Qing military, divided and weakened by years of mismanagement, could not suppress the uprisings. Sun Yat-sen, then abroad, rushed back to China. On January 1st, 1912, he was elected provisional president of the Republic of China, marking the end of over 2,000 years of imperial rule. The Qing Dynasty, fatally weakened by the legacy of the Opium Wars, the failures of reform, and decades of foreign humiliation, collapsed under the weight of its contradictions. Yet the new republic would soon face its own storms. The fall of the Qing did not end China's struggles. It merely opened a new chapter in the long journey toward national recovery. The collapse of the Qing dynasty in 1912 marked an event unparalleled in Chinese history. For more than 2 millennia, China had been ruled by emperors, first by dynasties claiming divine legitimacy, then by military conquerors who embraced Confucian governance. The sudden end of imperial rule did not simply change the political system. It overturned the entire philosophical framework upon which Chinese civilization had stood. Yet the transition was not the result of a single sweeping revolution. It was a fragile, complicated, and contradictory process shaped by decades of social upheaval, foreign intrusion, and internal decay rooted deeply in the Opium War era. When Sun Yat-sen assumed the role of provisional president of the Republic of China in January 1912, the nation celebrated what many believed to be the dawn of a new age. Firecrackers exploded in streets. Reformist newspapers declared the triumph of modernity, and students proclaimed the arrival of national rebirth. But beneath the celebrations lay immense challenges. The Republic existed more on paper than in reality. Many provinces that had declared independence did so not out of loyalty to Sun Yat-sen's revolutionary vision, but to escape the collapsing authority of Qing. China remained a vast, diverse, and deeply divided country lacking a unified military or administrative structure. The most decisive factor shaping the new republic's fate was the presence of Yuan Shikai, a powerful general and former Qing official who commanded the most modern and organized military force in China, the Beiyang Army. Yuan had served the Qing Dynasty faithfully, strengthening the military and navigating foreign relations. But his loyalty evaporated when he realized the dynasty was on the brink of collapse. He negotiated with both revolutionaries and the Qing court, positioning himself as the essential power broker who could ensure a smooth transition. As a result, the abdication of the last emperor, Huai, in 1912 was achieved largely through Yuan's political maneuvering rather than revolutionary strength alone. Sun Yat-sen, recognizing the political realities on the ground, stepped down as provisional president to allow Yuan Shikai to assume leadership, hoping Yuan would use his influence to consolidate the republic. But Yuan had little interest in republican ideals. He viewed himself not as a servant of a democratic system, but as a ruler destined to unify China under his own authority. Within months of taking office, Yuan dissolved the newly formed parliament, suppressed political opposition, outlawed Sun Yat-sen's nationalist party, Kuomintang, or KMT, and assassinated prominent reformers. In 1915, he went so far as to declare himself Emperor of China, igniting outrage and rebellion across the nation. Yuan's imperial ambition collapsed after widespread resistance, including from his own generals. He died in 1916, leaving behind a fractured nation where the central government existed in name only. Power devolved into the hands of regional military commanders, warlords, who governed territories like personal kingdoms, levying taxes, conscripting peasants, and clashing constantly with rival factions. Instead of a unified modern republic, China descended into chaos. Foreign powers exploited this instability with renewed vigor. The legacy of the Opium War treaties continued to shape the geopolitical landscape. Foreign concessions remained sovereign enclaves inside major Chinese cities. Extraterritorial courts continued operating. Foreign gunboats patrolled Chinese rivers, and nations like Japan pressed their advantage, issuing the infamous 21 Demands in 1915, which would have turned China into a Japanese protectorate if fully implemented. After the death of Yuan Shikai in 1916, China entered one of the most chaotic periods in its long history, the warlord era. While many Chinese had hoped that the fall of the Qing Dynasty would usher in a strong, unified republic, the reality was far different. Without Yuan's central authority, and without a stable government structure, the Beiyang army that he had built fractured into competing factions. These factions were led by ambitious generals who carved out regional domains from which they exercised absolute control. These warlords were not unified by ideology, ethnicity, or national interest. Some were former Qing generals, others were revolutionaries turned opportunists. Many were provincial strongmen who capitalized on local loyalties. A few were genuinely committed to reform or stability, but most ruled for personal power and wealth. They collected taxes, printed their own currency, and sometimes negotiated independently with foreign powers. The result was a patchwork of rival territories constantly shifting through alliances betrayals, and battles. The warlords varied significantly in character and ambition. Some, like Zhang Zuolin of Manchuria, built powerful armies with Japanese support and ruled wealthy regions like industrial tycoons. Others operated as little more than militarized bandits, extracting resources from peasants and selling opium to finance their forces. In Sichuan alone, dozens of warlords fought ruthless battles, sometimes destroying entire towns in pursuit of local supremacy. In northern China, armies clashed repeatedly for control of Beijing, which became a symbolic prize rather than the seat of effective governance. The central government in Beijing continued to issue proclamations, but its influence rarely extended beyond the capital. Foreign powers exploited this fragmentation to strengthen their footholds in China. Japan continued expanding into Manchuria. Russia influenced Xinjiang and Mongolia, and Western powers maintained tight control over treaty ports and economic concessions. China's territorial integrity and political sovereignty remained as compromised as they had been during the late Qing period. The economic impact of warlordism was devastating. Heavy taxation, forced conscription, inflation, and rampant corruption crippled local economies. Railroads were repeatedly destroyed, farms were abandoned, and industries collapsed. Peasants bore the brunt of the suffering, trapped between rival armies demanding food, labor, and loyalty. Many fled to cities, creating massive refugee populations and fueling urban poverty. Yet paradoxically, this era of chaos also gave birth to new forms of political consciousness. Students, intellectuals, merchants, and workers, frustrated by warlord exploitation and foreign domination, began organizing political movements for national salvation. Newspapers, universities, and study societies became centers of debate about China's future. Western ideas such as democracy, socialism, anarchism, and eventually Marxism spread rapidly among the educated youth. The national humiliation of the Opium War era continued to shape public sentiment. Many Chinese believed that only a strong, unified state could restore sovereignty and resist foreign domination. But in the absence of such a state, political movements turned increasingly radical. Sun Yat-sen continued promoting revolutionary nationalism, traveling abroad to raise funds and build alliances. Meanwhile, a new generation of thinkers, including Chen Duxiu, Li Dajiao, and Mao Zedong, began exploring Marxist theory, inspired by the Russian Revolution of 1917. The warlord era was a time of immense suffering, but it also fueled the rise of new ideologies, political movements, and revolutionary leaders who would reshape China's future. The chaos that engulfed the country was not simply a breakdown of order. It was the turbulent birth of modern Chinese political identity, amid the chaos of warlord rule and foreign domination. One event in 1919 radically transformed China's intellectual and political landscape, the May 4th movement. Its origins lay in the aftermath of World War I. China had joined the Allies in hopes of recovering German concessions in Shandong, believing that President Wilson's 14 points, especially the principle of national self-determination, would restore its territorial rights. However, the Treaty of Versailles awarded Shandong not to China, but to Japan. This betrayal triggered a national wave of outrage that would redefine Chinese politics for decades. On May 4th, 1919, over 3,000 students from Peking University and other institutions marched in protest through Beijing. They denounced the treaty, the government's weakness, foreign imperialism, and the broader legacy of humiliation that had scarred China since the Opium Wars. Their slogans reflected a profound shift in national consciousness. Fight for sovereignty externally, eliminate traitors internally. Return Shandong to China. Down with imperialism. Down with warlordism. The demonstration quickly escalated into a nationwide movement. Students in Shanghai, Tianjin, Wuhan, Guangzhou, and other cities joined the protests. Workers and merchants launched boycotts of Japanese goods. Newspapers published fiery editorials condemning both foreign powers and the corrupt Beijing government. For the first time in modern Chinese history, students, intellectuals, workers, and merchants united in a single political movement. The May 4th movement was more than a protest. It was an intellectual revolution. It rejected the old Confucian order and embraced new cultural values. Chinese thinkers challenged traditional hierarchy, arranged marriages, gender roles, classical literature, and rigid obedience. The movement championed science, democracy, literary reform, and individual liberation. The journal New Youth, edited by Chen Duxiu, became a launching pad for modern ideas. Writers like Lu Sun used literature to expose the psychological oppression and social stagnation of traditional China. But perhaps the most significant consequence was the spread of Marxism. Intellectuals disillusioned with Western liberal democracy after Versailles betrayed China's hopes turned toward alternative ideologies. Li Dajiao, one of the pioneers of Marxism in China, argued that China could follow Russia's example and achieve national liberation through proletarian revolution. Many young activists, including Mao Zedong, were inspired by these ideas and believed Marxism offered a path to ending both warlord rule and foreign imperialism. In 1921, just 2 years after the May 4th protests, the Communist Party of China, CPC, was founded in Shanghai. Although small at first, it grew rapidly in the climate of national crisis and intellectual ferment. Meanwhile, Sun Yat-sen reorganized the Nationalist Party, Kuomintang, or KMT, with Soviet assistance and built alliances with both communists and non-communist nationalists. The May 4th movement marked the beginning of modern political mobilization in China. It was a turning point that connected the legacy of the Opium Wars with the revolutionary ideologies of the 20th century. It united cultural awakening with political activism, laying the foundation for the decades of struggle that would eventually lead to China's reunification and transformation. By the early 1920s, China remained deeply fractured, its political landscape dominated by warlords, foreign concessions, and competing ideological movements. Sun Yat-sen, although respected as the father of the Republic, found himself repeatedly blocked from consolidating national authority. His dreams of a unified, modern China appeared distant. Yet Sun refused to surrender. Instead, he embarked on a remarkable political reinvention that would lay the groundwork for one of the most transformative military campaigns in Chinese history, the Northern Expedition. After retreating to Guangzhou in southern China, Sun Yat-sen worked tirelessly to rebuild the Kuomintang, KMT, or Nationalist Party. Recognizing that the party lacked both organizational strength and military capacity, Sun looked abroad for assistance. The Western democracies, still steeped in colonial attitudes, ignored his requests for help. Japan maintained strategic ambitions in China and offered only conditional support. But the Soviet Union, motivated by anti-imperialist ideology and its desire to spread revolutionary influence in Asia, saw an opportunity. In 1923, Soviet advisors, led by Mikhail Borodin, arrived in Guangzhou to assist the KMT. Their strategy emphasized 3 pillars: reorganizing the KMT into a disciplined, centralized party, building a modern army, and forming a temporary alliance with the infant Chinese Communist Party, CPC. Although Sun Yat-sen was not a communist, he shared the Soviet anti-imperialist agenda and believed China needed unity above all else. This resulted in the First United Front, an uneasy but strategic political partnership between the KMT and CPC. The Communists were small in number at the time, but their organizational discipline and ideological fervor impressed Soviet advisors. The reorganization of the KMT was revolutionary. Under Soviet guidance, the party adopted a Leninist-style structure with a central executive committee, party cells, and strict internal discipline. Propaganda departments disseminated nationalist ideology, while political training emphasized loyalty to the three principles of the people: nationalism, democracy, and people's livelihood. For the first time, the KMT became not merely a revolutionary group, but a mass political organization capable of mobilizing workers, peasants, merchants, students, and intellectuals. Meanwhile, Sun Yat-sen and Soviet advisors established the Whampoa Military Academy in 1924. Located near Guangzhou, Whampoa became the cradle of modern Chinese military leadership. The academy's first commandant was Chiang Kai-shek, an ambitious and determined military officer who had trained in Japan. Among the early graduates were future leaders of both the KMT and CPC. Men such as Zhou Enlai, Yi Jianying, Lin Biao, and Su Xianqian. Although ideological divisions simmered beneath the surface, the academy forged a new generation of officers committed to national unification. Sun Yat-sen's reforms extended beyond military and political organization. He promoted land reform, economic development, and anti-imperialist mobilization. Workers' strikes erupted in major cities, often led by communist labor organizers with KMT support. Peasant associations began forming in rural areas. For the first time since the Qing collapse, large segments of the Chinese population were mobilizing under a unified political vision. Yet Sun's final years were marked by hardship. He continued to face pressure from warlords, particularly the powerful Guangxi clique, and struggled to expand his influence beyond the south. His health deteriorated rapidly. In 1925, Sun Yat-sen traveled to Beijing to negotiate national unity, but succumbed to cancer before realizing his vision. His death devastated the revolutionary movement, but his organizational legacy endured. The restructured KMT, the Whampoa Military Academy, and the alliance with the CPC created a powerful foundation for national unification. Sun's passing left a vacuum soon filled by competing factions, but his dream of a united China did not die. Instead, it fueled the Northern Expedition, a campaign that would transform the political landscape and bring both cooperation and betrayal between the nationalists and communists. The Northern Expedition, launched in 1926, stands as one of the most pivotal and dramatic military campaigns in modern Chinese history. Its goal was simple yet monumental: to defeat the warlords who had torn China apart since Yuan Shikai's death and restore national unity under the KMT. But behind this goal lay a web of political tension, ideological conflict, and personal ambition that would ultimately shape the future of the Republic. Following Sun Yat-sen's death, the KMT leadership split into multiple factions. On one side were the leftists, centered in Wuhan, who favored continued cooperation with the communists and embraced mass movements involving workers and peasants. On the other side stood the rightists, based in Nanjing, led by Chiang Kai-shek, who viewed the alliance with the communists as a temporary necessity rather than a long-term strategy. Soviet advisors pushed for unity, but mutual distrust simmered beneath the surface. Despite internal tensions, the Northern Expedition began with remarkable momentum. The National Revolutionary Army, NRA, led by Chiang Kai-shek and composed largely of Whampoa-trained officers, quickly scored victories across southern China. Their military success stemmed from several factors: superior organization and morale, inspired by a nationalist mission to reunify the country; communist participation, which mobilized workers' strikes, peasant uprisings, and sabotage operations behind enemy lines; support from local populations who resented warlord exploitation; effective propaganda, portraying the NRA as liberators rather than conquerors. The first major targets were the warlords of the southern provinces, particularly the Guangxi clique. These warlords, though powerful, were vulnerable to internal divisions and lacked the ideological coherence of the NRA. City after city fell: Changsha, Wuhan, Nanchang, Fuzhou, and Zhejiang, often with minimal resistance once the NRA reached the outskirts. As regions were liberated, workers and students staged demonstrations welcoming the nationalists. The most dramatic victories occurred in central China, where the notorious warlord Wu Peifu commanded significant forces. Wu had once been considered the strongest warlord in the nation, known for his discipline and ambition. But the NRA's strategy, combining modern military tactics with political mobilization, overwhelmed him. Railway workers went on strike, sabotaging Wu's logistics. Peasants rose in rebellion, seizing food and weapons. Within months, Wu's armies collapsed. By 1927, the Northern Expedition had reached the Yangtze River. Shanghai, the largest and most important economic center in China, became the next major target. The city's working class, heavily influenced by communist organizers, launched a massive general strike and armed uprising to weaken local warlord rule. These actions paved the way for the NRA to enter the city with minimal combat. The capture of Shanghai marked a turning point. It elevated Chiang Kai-shek's prestige and made him the dominant figure within the KMT. Yet, just as the nationalist forces approached victory, internal contradictions exploded. Chiang Kai-shek, alarmed by the growing strength of the communists and pressured by conservative business leaders and foreign interests in Shanghai, decided that the alliance with the CPC had outlived its usefulness. He believed that allowing the communists to continue organizing workers and peasants would threaten his authority and destabilize the new government. Tension reached its peak in the spring of 1927. The Northern Expedition, once a symbol of unity, became the arena for a violent political rupture. The fragile cooperation between nationalists and communists was about to turn into open conflict, setting the stage for one of the most devastating civil wars in modern history. The most dramatic and consequential turning point in the relationship between the Nationalist Party, KMT, and the Chinese Communist Party, CPC, came in April 1927 with the Shanghai Massacre, also known as the April 12th Incident. This event not only ended the First United Front, but triggered the brutal beginning of the Chinese Civil War, a conflict that would shape China's destiny for decades. Shanghai in 1927 was a city unlike any other in China, a cosmopolitan hub of global trade, political intrigue, foreign concessions, and organized labor. Its population included wealthy Chinese industrialists, foreign businessmen, underground triads, longshoremen, clerks, students, factory workers, and revolutionaries. The city's international concessions, the French concession and the international settlement, were effectively foreign-run enclaves where Chinese police had no authority. These concessions became fertile ground for radical organizing, foreign intelligence operations, and revolutionary planning. As part of the Northern Expedition, communist-led labor unions launched a massive uprising in the city. Workers seized police stations, occupied factories, and PAR. The uprising in Shanghai during March 1927 began as a coordinated disciplined movement led by communist labor organizers and supported by local KMT leftists. Their goal was clear: weaken the remaining warlord forces in the city, disrupt their supply lines, and assist the National Revolutionary Army, NRA, in capturing Shanghai without a destructive urban battle. For several weeks, the workers' strike paralyzed the city's industrial zones, docks, telegraph lines, and logistical hubs. Tens of thousands of workers operated under the banner of the Shanghai General Labor Union, organizing not only strikes but also self-defense militias armed with pistols, tools, and sometimes stolen rifles. The uprising was remarkably successful. Warlord forces were overrun, police stations were captured, and by the time Chiang Kai-shek's NRA arrived, the city was already largely under revolutionary control. But instead of celebrating the workers as allies, Chiang Kai-shek saw them as a threat. Shanghai's business elites, Chinese bankers, merchant guilds, factory owners, and powerful criminal organizations like the Green Gang feared that the communist-led unions would confiscate property, seize factories, and dismantle existing economic structures. Foreign powers were also deeply worried. The international settlement and French concession depended on industrial stability and did not want Shanghai to become a center of communist revolution. They viewed the communist uprising as dangerously similar to early Bolshevik movements in Russia. Under immense pressure from domestic industrialists, foreign interests, conservative factions within the KMT, and his own political ambitions, Chiang decided that the communists had to be eliminated. On April 12, 1927, Chiang coordinated with the Green Gang to launch a violent purge that would change the course of Chinese history. At dawn, armed gangsters and nationalist troops attacked Union headquarters, raided workers' districts, and arrested communist leaders. Streets were filled with gunfire as workers, armed with little more than knives, cobblestones, and makeshift barricades, attempted to defend themselves. Many were cut down by machine gun fire or executed in alleys. Bodies lay in the streets. Thousands of Unionists were rounded up, beaten, or publicly executed. Communist organizers were hunted down across the city, and mass arrests targeted anyone suspected of leftist sympathies. Contemporary accounts describe officers dragging workers from trams, factories, and union halls, lining them up, and shooting them on the spot. The violence was systematic and clearly pre-planned. By the end of April, as many as 5,000 to 10,000 workers and suspected communists had been killed or disappeared. The massacre shocked the nation. In Wuhan and other leftist-controlled regions, KMT leftists condemned Chiang as a traitor who had betrayed Sun Yat-sen's legacy of unity and anti-imperialism. The Communist Party, stunned by the ferocity of the attack, attempted several armed uprisings in Nanchang, Changsha, and Guangzhou, but these were crushed quickly. The First United Front had collapsed, replaced by a bitter rivalry that would escalate into a full-scale civil war. Chiang Kai-shek established a rival KMT government in Nanjing, while the leftist KMT faction created a competing government in Wuhan. The two nationalist factions briefly clashed. Meanwhile, communists were forced to retreat into rural areas, where they began rethinking their strategy for survival. The Shanghai Massacre marked the beginning of a new phase in Chinese revolutionary history, one dominated by violent purges, ideological polarization, rural guerrilla warfare, and a long, brutal struggle between the nationalists and communists. It illustrated how the legacy of foreign domination and internal fragmentation that originated during the Opium War era continued to fuel political instability, distrust, and cycles of violence. The promise of a northern expedition had been torn apart, leaving China again divided, wounded, and facing decades of conflict. The Shanghai Massacre of April 1927 was not merely a political betrayal. It was an existential catastrophe for the Chinese Communist Party, CPC. Overnight, the CPC lost its largest urban foothold, its strongest labor unions, and many of its most committed organizers. The cities became death traps. Communist activists were hunted relentlessly by Chiang Kai-shek's secret police, warlord militias, hired gangsters, and foreign-controlled security forces in the treaty ports. Thousands were executed without trial. Survivors fled into hiding, moving from safe house to safe house, often unable to trust even their closest acquaintances for fear of infiltration. The party, barely 6 years old, appeared on the brink of annihilation. But what seemed like the end gave birth to something entirely new, a transformation that would reshape the communist strategy and eventually change the future of China. Forced out of the cities, the CPC shifted its focus to the countryside. This was not originally part of orthodox Marxist revolutionary doctrine, which emphasized urban workers as the primary revolutionary class. But China's cities were too small, heavily surveilled, and fragmented by foreign concessions. The countryside, however, stretched across millions of square kilometers and housed 80 to 90% of the population. It was a vast, unpoliced landscape, full of impoverished peasants suffering under warlord taxes, landlord exploitation, debt slavery, famine, banditry, and administrative neglect. It was in this harsh rural world that figures like Mao Zedong, Zhu De, Chen Yilong, and Peng Dehuai began constructing rural base areas that would become the heart of communist resistance. Mao, who had participated in the failed autumn harvest uprising in Hunan in 1927, retreated into the Jinggang Mountains, a remote, forested region straddling the border between Hunan and Jiangxi provinces. There, he encountered a mix of local peasants, outlaws, and bandit groups who had long resisted government authority. Mao gradually united these groups with surviving communist fighters, forming the beginnings of a guerrilla force that blended revolutionary ideology with rural realities. This was the true beginning of Mao's revolutionary theory, an adaptation of Marxism to Chinese conditions. He argued that the peasantry, not the urban proletariat, could serve as the main engine of revolution in a semi-feudal, deeply rural society like China. Mao introduced rent reduction, land seizures, armed self-defense militias, and mass mobilization techniques that empowered poor peasants. Under his direction, the communists helped peasants organize village councils, redistribute land from wealthy landlords, and establish rudimentary courts. For the first time in centuries, villagers gained a sense of political agency. Meanwhile, the CPC's military wing, the Red Army, under the joint leadership of Mao and Zhu De, began to grow. They adopted guerrilla warfare tactics, mobility, surprise, sabotage, and a strategic retreat. They avoided direct confrontations with superior nationalist forces and instead focused on harassing enemy supply lines, punishing corrupt landlords, and winning popular support. Their motto became legendary. The Red Army is like a fish, and the people are like water. As more communists fled nationalist purges in the cities, they joined Mao's base. The Jinggangshan base expanded into the broader Jiangxi Soviet, eventually becoming the largest communist-controlled territory in China. Here, the communists built schools, printing presses, cooperative farms, and hospitals. Children learned literacy for the first time. Women gained rights previously unimaginable in rural China. Peasants began to participate in political assemblies. The nationalist government dismissed these rural bases as insignificant or temporary. Chiang Kai-shek hoped they would simply collapse without urban support. But instead, they laid the foundations for a new revolutionary movement, one deeply rooted among China's poorest millions, sustained by guerrilla warfare and unified by a radical new vision of social justice. From the ashes of the Shanghai Massacre arose an entirely different kind of revolution, one that would soon challenge Chiang's forces across multiple provinces and ultimately lead to the most famous retreat in Chinese revolutionary history, the Long March. By the late 1920s and early 1930s, the expanding communist base areas in Jiangxi and neighboring provinces began to alarm Chiang Kai-shek and his nationalist government in Nanjing. Although Chiang had united much of China under nominal KMT authority, warlords continued to dominate large regions. Foreign powers still controlled treaty ports, and the Japanese threat in Manchuria was growing rapidly. Chiang viewed the communists as a destabilizing force threatening his vision of a centralized, modern state. To him, the eradication of communist power was not merely a military objective. It was a political necessity. Thus began a series of increasingly large-scale encirclement and suppression campaigns aimed at crushing the Red Army and destroying the rural base areas. The first two campaigns, 1930 to 1931, were poorly coordinated and often sabotaged by warlords who were reluctant to strengthen Chiang's central authority. Many warlord commanders half-heartedly participated or secretly communicated with communist leaders, sometimes selling weapons or intelligence in exchange for bribes or promises. The nationalist troops, though larger in number, lacked morale, discipline, or familiarity with mountainous terrain. Consequently, the Red Army repelled these early campaigns with relative success, using guerrilla tactics, ambushes, night marches, and superior local support. However, the third and fourth encirclement campaigns became progressively more dangerous. By this time, Chiang had consolidated greater control over the nationalist military and invested heavily in expanding the army with German advisors, modern weapons, and updated training methods. Still, Mao's strategy: avoid direct confrontation, stretch enemy supply lines, and rely on the mobility of guerrilla units, frequently outmaneuvered nationalist forces. Rural support for the communists remained strong. Peasants hid Red Army fighters, provided grain and shelter, and guided them through mountain passes unknown to government troops. But at the same time, internal divisions within the CPC leadership began to emerge. Leaders like Wang Ming, who had studied in Moscow and followed Soviet Orthodox Marxism, accused Mao of peasant deviationism and challenged his authority. These disagreements culminated in Mao's temporary displacement from top military leadership within the Jiangxi Soviet. Soviet-style military doctrine was implemented, emphasizing positional warfare and conventional battles. This strategic shift would prove disastrous. Chiang Kai-shek launched the Fifth Encirclement Campaign in 1933 to 1934 with unprecedented force. German military advisors, including Hans von Seeckt and later General Alexander von Falkenhausen, helped design a strategy of slow, methodical advance supported by blockhouse fortifications. Tens of thousands of small bunkers were built, forming rings of encirclement around the Jiangxi Soviet. Unlike earlier campaigns, Chiang's army no longer attempted fast breakthroughs. Instead, they gradually tightened the noose, cutting off Red Army mobility, food supplies, escape routes, and communication lines. The Soviet-style positional defense adopted by the communists failed miserably. The Red Army, no longer free to rely on guerrilla mobility, suffered massive casualties. Food shortages spread across the Jiangxi Soviet. Disease, starvation, and exhaustion devastated both fighters and civilians. Villages were burned by nationalist forces, suspected communist sympathizers were executed, and entire communities fled into the mountains. By late 1934, it became clear that the Jiangxi Soviet could not withstand another season of encirclement. The Red Army leadership faced a stark choice: stay and face total annihilation, or break out of the encirclement and retreat into the unknown. The decision was made. One of the most dramatic and consequential strategic retreats in world history was about to begin. This retreat, later known as the Long March, would become the defining legend of the Chinese Communist movement. But at the time, it was a desperate gamble, an attempt to preserve the core of the movement, even at the cost of unimaginable sacrifice. The Long March, 1934 to 1935, remains one of the most iconic events in modern Chinese history, an odyssey of suffering, endurance, and political transformation that helped turn a struggling revolutionary movement into a force capable of reshaping the nation. It was not a single march, but a massive strategic retreat involving multiple communist armies attempting to break out of nationalist encirclement and regroup in a new stronghold far to the northwest. What followed was a journey of epic proportions that tested the limits of human resilience. On October 16, 1934, approximately 80,000 to 90,000 Red Army soldiers, along with several thousand civilians, began withdrawing from the Jiangxi Soviet under cover of night. They carried limited supplies, few heavy weapons, and minimal medical equipment. Most marched on foot, carrying rifles, hose, cooking pots, or bundles of grain. The army's departure was surrounded by chaos. Villagers cried as their sons and daughters left, elders prayed for survival, and local militias watched helplessly as the heart of the revolution uprooted itself. What followed was a year-long trek across some of the most hostile terrain in China: mountains, marshes, deserts, snow-covered passes, and fast-flowing rivers. The Red Army fought dozens of battles against nationalist troops, warlord armies, hostile tribal groups, and local militia forces. They endured starvation, disease, freezing temperatures, and sheer exhaustion. Thousands died crossing the Xiang River, where nationalist forces inflicted devastating casualties. In Guizhou in Yunnan, they traversed narrow mountain paths where a single misstep meant death. At the Looting Bridge, a small group of Red Army fighters famously crossed a suspension bridge under heavy fire, using bayonets to inch across iron chains after planks had been removed. Although dramatized later in propaganda, the battle did occur and remains emblematic of the Red Army's determination. Along the march, military setbacks forced difficult decisions. Units became separated, dozens of commanders died, and morale fluctuated. The march was not a triumphant procession, but a desperate struggle. Of the nearly 90,000 who began, fewer than 10,000 would survive to reach Shanxi province. But the Long March was far more than a military retreat. It was a political turning point. During a crucial meeting in January 1935 at Jining, Mao Zedong regained military leadership after criticizing the failed Soviet-style strategies that had led to heavy losses. The Jining Conference marked Mao's ascent to the top of the Communist Party, where he would remain for the rest of his life. From this moment onward, the CPC increasingly adopted Mao's strategies: flexible guerrilla warfare, rural mobilization, and deep integration with peasant communities. The Long March also became a powerful symbol of communist legitimacy. Survivors were celebrated as heroes, their endurance portrayed as proof of ideological purity and unstoppable revolutionary will. Peasants across northern China, hearing of the Red Army's sacrifices, viewed them with newfound respect. The retreat allowed the communists to escape annihilation and regroup in Yan'an, where they built a new revolutionary base that would grow into a powerful political and military center. Thus, the Long March, tragic in human cost, yet monumental in historical impact, transformed the communist movement from a regional guerrilla force into a national revolutionary alternative. It marked the moment when Mao fully emerged as the central leader of the CPC, and it ensured that even though the nationalists had won on the battlefield, the communists had won something far more important, a narrative that could inspire millions. The Long March preserved the revolutionary core that would later resist Japanese invasion, rebuild strength in the countryside, and ultimately challenge the nationalists for control of China's future. While China fractured internally through civil war, ideological conflict, and political betrayal, a far more dangerous threat was rising from the northeast. Japan, already a major imperial power following its victory in the First Sino-Japanese War, 1894-95, and the Russo-Japanese War, 1904-05, had transformed itself into a modern military-industrial state with ambitions to dominate East Asia. The roots of Japan's aggression lay partly in its rapid modernization, and partly in its desire for natural resources, strategic depth, and regional supremacy. China, weakened by decades of internal conflict, appeared ripe for expansion. In 1931, the Imperial Japanese Army staged the infamous Mukden Incident, blowing up a section of railway track near Mukden, modern Shenyang, and blaming it on Chinese saboteurs. This false flag attack served as Japan's justification to invade Manchuria, a vast region rich in coal, iron, timber, and agricultural land. The invasion was swift and overwhelming. Japan deployed well-equipped, battle-hardened troops supported by tanks, aircraft, and modern artillery. Chinese forces in Manchuria, corrupted, divided, underfunded, and poorly coordinated, offered limited resistance. Warlord Zhang Xueliang, nominal commander of the northeastern armies, ordered a retreat rather than engage in a war he believed was unwinnable. Within months, Japan conquered Manchuria entirely. In 1932, Japan created the puppet state of Manchukuo, installing the last Qing emperor, Huai, as its ceremonial figurehead. The symbolism was brutal. The dynasty, destroyed by internal weakness and foreign intrusion, was resurrected as a puppet ruling under an even more aggressive imperial overlord. Manchukuo became a laboratory for Japanese imperialism, combining military control, economic exploitation, and racial hierarchy. The League of Nations condemned Japan's actions, but did nothing to stop them. Western powers were preoccupied with their own crises: the Great Depression, rising fascism in Europe, and colonial struggles elsewhere. China appealed for international help, but received little beyond diplomatic sympathy. Japan withdrew from the League of Nations and continued its expansion unfettered. This failure of international law deeply influenced Chinese political consciousness, reinforcing a painful lesson first learned during the Opium Wars: that treaties, global institutions, and moral appeals meant nothing without national strength. The Manchurian crisis also reshaped internal Chinese politics. Chiang Kai-shek, preoccupied with eliminating the communists, had adopted a policy known as internal pacification before external resistance, believing China must first unify under the KMT before confronting Japan. But many Chinese viewed this stance as cowardly and unacceptable. Students protested across major cities, demanding immediate war against Japan. Intellectuals denounced Chiang for prioritizing the civil war over national survival. The communists, from their new base in Yenin, seized the moment to promote their slogan: "Resist Japan, save a nation." The crisis also set the stage for a dramatic turning point: the Xi'an Incident, 1936. Zhang Xueliang, humiliated by Japan's seizure of his homeland, kidnapped Chiang Kai-shek to force him into an alliance with the communists against Japan. After tense negotiations, Qing agreed to suspend the civil war temporarily, forming the Second United Front between the KMT and CPC. Japan's aggression thus served as a catalyst that pushed China toward national unity, however fragile, in the face of an existential threat. The invasion of Manchuria was not merely the start of a territorial conflict. It was the opening act of a war that would transform the political, social, and ideological destiny of China for generations. In July 1937, an incident near the Marco Polo Bridge outside Beijing ignited full-scale war between China and Japan. Although the incident itself, a nighttime skirmish during a Japanese military drill, was minor, the Japanese army used it as a pretext for invasion. Unlike the limited conflict in Manchuria, this time Japan launched a massive, coordinated assault aimed at subjugating all of northern China and ultimately dismantling Chinese resistance entirely. Beijing and Tianjin fell quickly. The nationalist government, headquartered in Nanjing, faced the terrible reality of confronting the most powerful military force in Asia with a country still fragmented by decades of civil war. Yet despite being outmatched in tactics, technology, and training, China resisted fiercely. Chiang Kai-shek ordered a general mobilization and moved the national capital to Wuhan and later Chongqing. Japan's strategy revolved around rapid encirclement, psychological terror, and the destruction of major cities. Chinese strategy relied on delaying actions, scorched earth retreats, and leveraging China's vast geography to avoid decisive defeat. The resulting campaign was brutal beyond comprehension. One of the darkest chapters occurred in Nanjing, where the nationalist government had briefly maintained its capital. As Japanese troops entered the city in December 1937, the nationalist army withdrew chaotically, leaving civilians behind. What followed was the Nanjing Massacre, one of the most horrific atrocities of the 20th century. For 6 weeks, Japanese soldiers engaged in mass executions, rape, torture, looting, and systematic terror. Historians estimate that 200,000 to 300,000 civilians were murdered, though numbers vary. Women were assaulted in staggering numbers. Whole neighborhoods were reduced to ashes. The massacre shocked the world and turned global opinion increasingly against Japan. Yet even as Japan seized major cities, Shanghai, Nanjing, Wuhan, Chinese resistance did not collapse. Chiang Kai-shek relocated his government deep into the mountainous interior in Chongqing. From there, he coordinated nationwide resistance while enduring relentless Japanese air raids that turned the city into ruins. The communists, meanwhile, expanded their influence in the countryside, especially in northern China, where they organized peasants into self-defense militias, established anti-Japanese governments, and waged guerrilla warfare that tied down thousands of Japanese troops. The Second United Front between the KMT and CPC functioned in name, but not fully in practice. Suspicion between the two sides remained constant, even as both fought the same enemy. The nationalists engaged Japan in massive conventional battles, Taerswang, Changsha, and the 100 Regiments campaign, while the communists focused on guerrilla tactics, land reform, and political indoctrination. Despite ideological tensions, the combined resistance ensured that Japan could not secure a rapid victory. International dynamics also played a significant role. The United States, the Soviet Union, and the United Kingdom gradually increased support for China. Although early aid was limited, China's perseverance earned it a place among the 4 major Allied powers by World War II's later years. However, foreign aid was never enough to counterbalance Japan's military superiority. China survived largely due to its vast territory, resilient populace, and determination to resist submission. The war inflicted unimaginable suffering. Tens of millions displaced, cities bombed repeatedly, famines spreading across regions. But it also reshaped Chinese society. Regional identities weakened as national consciousness strengthened. Peasants gained new political awareness. Women entered the workforce and served as medics, couriers, propagandists, and fighters. The war transformed ordinary citizens into participants in a national struggle, giving rise to a new sense of unity, forged in sacrifice. By 1940, Japan's advance began to slow. Its armies were stretched thin across an enormous territory. The Chinese people's endurance and Japan's overextension ensured that the war would grind on for years, eventually merging fully into the global conflict of World War II. Although China and Japan were locked in a brutal war, the uneasy alliance between the KMT and CPC began eroding almost immediately. Neither side trusted the other. Both believed they would eventually need to fight for control of China once Japan was defeated. Thus, while they cooperated superficially against Japan, they simultaneously prepared for the next round of civil conflict. The communists used the war as an opportunity to expand their base areas dramatically. From their headquarters in Yan'an, they built schools, cooperatives, courts, and propaganda institutions. They intensified land reform programs, appealing directly to peasants by reducing rents, redistributing land, and promoting egalitarian policies. The communist leadership also refined its military doctrine. Lure the enemy in deep. Fight no battle you are not sure of winning, and turn the countryside into a sea of revolution. The famed Eighth Route Army, under Generals Zhu De, Peng Dehuai, and Lin Biao, conducted widespread guerrilla operations behind Japanese lines. They sabotaged railroads, ambushed patrols, and assassinated collaborators. Their most famous operation, the 100 Regiment's Offensive 1940, involved tens of thousands of guerrillas destroying Japanese infrastructure. Although militarily successful in the short term, it triggered harsh Japanese retaliation known as the Three Alls policy: kill all, burn all, loot all, which devastated rural communities and inflicted immense suffering. The nationalists fought the majority of conventional battles. Chiang Kai-shek's armies faced staggering casualties in the Battle of Shanghai, 1937, the Battle of Wuhan, 1938, and major campaigns across central and southern China. Despite corruption, internal fragmentation, and limited resources, the KMT bore the brunt of Japanese attacks and suffered much heavier losses than the communists. Yet Chiang's government became increasingly authoritarian and struggled to maintain legitimacy as wartime pressures mounted. Hyperinflation, food shortages, warlord disloyalty, and mass displacement undermined his authority. Foreign aid exacerbated tensions. The Soviet Union initially supported the nationalists, but later shifted focus to the communists. The United States supported Chiang, but grew increasingly frustrated with KMT corruption and military inefficiency. Meanwhile, American observers like Edgar Snow popularized the communist movement internationally through romanticized accounts of Yan'an, portraying the communists as moral, disciplined, and close to the people. These narratives often ignored internal purges, harsh discipline, and ideological rigidity within the CPC, but they shaped global perceptions. By 1944, Japan launched Operation Ichigo, its largest offensive in China, aiming to connect occupied territories and eliminate U.S. air bases. The operation devastated several provinces, exposing again the weaknesses of the nationalist military. However, Japan's overall situation deteriorated rapidly as the United States advanced across the Pacific and Soviet forces prepared to enter the war in Asia. In August 1945, Following the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki and the Soviet invasion of Manchuria, Japan surrendered. The Second Sino-Japanese War, also known as the War of Resistance, had ended. China emerged battered but victorious, recognized internationally as one of the big four allied powers. But the momentary unity evaporated instantly. With Japan's collapse, millions of weapons and territory became available for seizure. The nationalists and communists scrambled to occupy liberated areas, each trying to gain advantage before negotiations began. The U.S. attempted to mediate peace, but distrust ran too deep. The war had transformed both parties. The KMT was exhausted, corrupt, and weakened. The communists were energized, popular among peasants, and vastly expanded. The stage was set for the final stage of China's long struggle, a decisive showdown between the nationalists and the communists that would determine China's fate for the next century. When Japan surrendered in August 1945, China emerged from 8 years of brutal warfare, physically devastated and politically divided. Entire cities lay in ruins. Millions of homes have been destroyed, and the countryside was scarred by genocide, famine, and bombing. Roughly 15 to 20 million Chinese had died, and tens of millions were displaced. Yet instead of entering a period of peaceful reconstruction, China immediately plunged back into a fierce power struggle between the Nationalist Party, KMT, and the Chinese Communist Party, CPC. The central question was simple: who would control China's post-war future? Both parties claimed legitimacy. The KMT argued that it had been recognized by the international community as the legal government of China. The CPC argued that it had led the most effective resistance in the countryside, won the support of millions of peasants, and represented the will of the oppressed masses. The end of the war provided a rare moment when both sides attempted to negotiate. Yet those negotiations were doomed from the beginning. In late 1945, U.S. envoy General George Marshall arrived in China under orders to mediate peace between Chiang Kai-shek and Mao Zedong. Marshall hoped to prevent civil war, fearing that a divided China could fall into communist hands entirely or become vulnerable to Soviet influence. He orchestrated high-level meetings in Chongqing, where Mao met Chiang for the first time in years. Photos from the meeting show the two leaders smiling politely, but beneath the cordial surface, mutual distrust ran deep. The Double Tenth Agreement of October 1945 called for political cooperation, a unified military, and the formation of a democratic constitutional system. On paper, it looked promising. In reality, both sides were maneuvering for military advantage. Chiang's strategy was to rapidly occupy major cities and transportation hubs before the communists could arrive. He used American planes to airlift nationalist troops into key areas such as Manchuria, hoping to assert control before communist forces could consolidate power. The CPC, meanwhile, adopted a strategy of rapid rural expansion. They mobilized local militias, reorganized peasant associations, and built administrative structures in liberated areas. Mao knew that if the communists held the countryside in strong guerrilla networks, they could gradually wear down the nationalists through a strategy of attrition and encirclement. Marshall's peace mission collapsed by early 1947. The two sides accused each other of breaking agreements. Massacres, assassinations, and skirmishes escalated. The political climate deteriorated as the KMT imposed strict censorship, arrested student protesters, and tortured suspected leftists. Inflation skyrocketed, eroding public trust in a nationalist government. Secret police harassed intellectuals, further damaging Chiang's reputation. The communists gained political capital by pointing out the corruption, incompetence, and authoritarianism spreading through nationalist-controlled cities. In contrast, communist areas often had stable food supplies, reduced rents, functioning local councils, and literacy programs. Reports from Western journalists visiting communist territories, particularly Edgar Snow, Anna Louise Strong, and Harrison Foreman, portrayed the CPC as disciplined, moral, and connected to ordinary people. These reports were sometimes idealized, but they contrasted sharply with the chaos in nationalist regions. As negotiations failed, the question of war became inevitable. Both sides understood that control of Manchuria, with its industrial base left behind by Japan, would determine the fate of the Civil War. In 1946, the fragile truce broke completely, and full-scale war erupted. The final struggle for control of China had begun. The battle for Manchuria was the decisive theater of the Chinese Civil War. It was the industrial heartland of China, containing steel mills, railways, armament factories, and modern infrastructure left behind by the Japanese occupation regime. Whoever controlled Manchuria would control China's industrial future. When the Soviet Union liberated Manchuria in 1945, it briefly occupied the region before allowing the CPC to move in and seize Japanese weapons, equipment, and supplies. This gave the communist forces a strategic advantage they had never before possessed. The nationalists attempted to regain Manchuria through massive troop deployments, often airlifted by the United States. But logistical difficulties, corruption, low morale, and poor planning undermined Chiang's efforts. By 1946 to 47, fierce fighting erupted across the region. The communists, now reorganized into the People's Liberation Army, PLA, under generals Lin Biao and Luo Rongwan, adapted quickly to the open terrain and railway networks. They combined guerrilla tactics with large-scale engagements, gradually isolating nationalist divisions. Meanwhile, the nationalist government in Nanjing was imploding internally. Rampant corruption spread through every level of administration. Officials siphoned off American aid, military supplies disappeared into black markets, and soldiers went unpaid for months. Inflation skyrocketed as the government printed money to fund military campaigns. Middle-class savings evaporated, university students protested, and business owners lost confidence in Chiang's leadership. The PLA launched a series of brilliant campaigns. 1. The Siping Campaign, 1946 to 47. A brutal urban battle in which communist forces, although initially pushed back, demonstrated their ability to confront the KMT in conventional warfare. Losses were heavy on both sides, but the communists learned to adapt quickly. 2. The Summer and Autumn Offensives. The PLA systematically targeted nationalist-held railways, isolating their garrisons and forcing them into small pockets that could not communicate or reinforce one another. The KMT lost thousands of troops to encirclement and defection. 3. The Liaoshin Campaign, 1948. This was the decisive turning point. Lin Biao surrounded major nationalist garrisons in Jinzhou, Changchun, and Shenyang, cutting supply lines and starving the defenders until they surrendered. The fall of Jinzhou, in particular, sealed the fate of nationalist forces in the northeast. By the end of 1948, Manchuria was firmly under communist control. Nationalist morale collapsed. Entire divisions surrendered or defected. Chiang Kai-shek's prestige, already damaged by corruption and economic chaos, was shattered. U.S. advisors privately concluded that the nationalist cause was doomed. The fall of Manchuria allowed the PLA to redeploy massive military resources into central China. Their armies suddenly had heavy artillery, tanks and armored vehicles, modern rifles and machine guns, trained commanders, enormous public support. Meanwhile, the KMT faced bankruptcy, hunger riots, mass desertions, and internal plots. Peasants across nationalist territory rebelled against taxation and corruption. Students marched against government repression. Cities were paralyzed by strikes. The communists no longer merely resisted, they advanced. They were preparing to deliver the final blow. With Manchuria secured, the communists launched a massive push into central and northern China. The PLA now outnumbered, outmaneuvered, and outperformed the nationalists. In late 1948 and early 1949, 3 decisive military campaigns shattered KMT power completely. 1. The Huaihai Campaign, November 1948 to January 1949. Often considered the battle that truly determined China's fate, Huaihai was a massive engagement involving millions of civilians supporting both sides. The PLA mobilized hundreds of thousands of peasants to transport supplies using wheelbarrows, stretchers, and baskets. Nationalist armies under generals Du Yuming and Huang Baitao were encircled and annihilated. In total, over 550,000 nationalist troops were eliminated. Entire elite divisions surrendered or defected. Chiang lost the backbone of his army. Huaihai demonstrated the PLA's ability to merge guerrilla strategy with modern, large-scale warfare. It also proved the effectiveness of communist mass mobilization. Peasants carried ammunition, built roads, and supplied food, enabling rapid PLA advances. 2. The Pingjin Campaign, November 1948 to January 1949. While Huaihai focused on central China, the Pingjin Campaign targeted the north, especially Beijing and Tianjin. Communist General Nie Rongjin coordinated with Lin Biao to encircle the region. After intense negotiations, Beijing surrendered peacefully in January 1949. The nationalist General Fu Zhuai defected, avoiding a bloody urban battle. The peaceful liberation of Beijing was symbolically powerful. It represented the fall of the old imperial capital without destruction, echoing the communist narrative of legitimacy and moral superiority. 3. The Yangtze River crossing and the fall of Nanjing, April 1949. Chiang Kai-shek resigned as president as his regime collapsed into chaos. Inflation reached astronomical levels, prices doubling every few days. When the PLA crossed the Yangtze River, nationalist resistance melted away. Nanjing fell quickly, followed by Shanghai, where communist forces entered the city with strict discipline, forbidding looting and violence. The contrast between CPC-controlled areas and the corruption of the KMT regime strengthened the communist claim that they were the rightful rulers of China. The establishment of the People's Republic of China. On October 1st, 1949, Mao Zedong stood atop Tiananmen Gate in Beijing and proclaimed, "The Chinese people have stood up. The People's Republic of China, PRC, was officially founded." The KMT retreated to Taiwan, where Chiang Kai-shek established a separate government backed by the United States. The legacy of victory. Communist victory was the culmination of decades of suffering from the Opium Wars, foreign invasion, internal decay, warlordism, failed modernization, Japanese occupation, civil war. The Communist Party positioned itself as the force that ended this century of humiliation and restored China's national sovereignty, unifying the country for the first time since the late Qing Dynasty. But the challenges of rebuilding a shattered nation were only beginning. When the People's Republic of China, PRC, was founded on October 1st, 1949, the new communist government faced one of the most daunting reconstruction challenges in world history. China had endured more than a century of internal collapse, foreign invasion, civil war, institutional breakdown, and economic ruin. The Opium Wars of the mid-19th century had opened the gates to unequal treaties, foreign concessions, economic exploitation, and political humiliation. Now, after decades of national fragmentation, foreign domination, and repeated attempts at modernization, China stood on the threshold of a new era, but one overshadowed by immense difficulties. The founding leadership under Mao Zedong, Zhou Enlai, Liu Shaoqi, and Zhu De recognized that China was still essentially a pre-industrial agrarian society. 4 out of 5 Chinese were peasants. Illiteracy afflicted roughly 80% of the population. Industrial output was a fraction of pre-war levels. Transportation networks, railways, bridges, highways have been destroyed by years of bombing. Inflation had devastated the economy under the collapsing nationalist regime, leaving the currency worthless. Millions of refugees filled the cities. Banditry plagued the countryside. Ethnic tensions simmered in border regions. In some areas, diseases like cholera and tuberculosis spread unchecked. The Communist Party framed its mission clearly: rebuild China from the ground up. Their early policies focused on 3 foundational pillars. 1. Land reform. Land reform became one of the first and most transformative policies. Poor peasants and landless laborers had suffered under exploitative landlordism for centuries. Now, the CPC mobilized hundreds of thousands of rural activists to hold speaking bitterness meetings where villagers exposed abuses by landlords, reclaimed property, and redistributed land. These campaigns fundamentally altered Chinese rural society, destroying the old landlord class and creating a new base of support for the communist regime. The process was often violent. Many landlords were executed or driven out, but it created a sense of empowerment among the rural poor who had never before owned land. 2. Stabilizing the economy. The government introduced a new currency, the renminbi, and launched campaigns to control inflation, rebuild markets, and revive agricultural production. The communists inherited major cities like Shanghai and Tianjin, where industrial workers suffered from hunger, unemployment, and instability. To restore order, the government cracked down on corruption, price manipulation, and black market speculation. State-owned facilities began operating again. Infrastructural reconstruction started with railroads, ports, and power stations. Foreign concessions were abolished. For the first time since the Opium Wars, China regained full sovereignty over its major cities. 3. Building a new state. The PRC established new institutions: public security bureaus, courts, local councils, village committees, women's federations, trade unions, and educational bureaus. Literacy campaigns began almost immediately, mobilizing students and teachers to spread basic reading skills. The nationalist bureaucracy was purged, but many technocrats were retained to ensure continuity. The CPC consolidated control over the military through central reorganization of the People's Liberation Army. Gradually, previously warlord-dominated provinces were brought into a unified system of administration. International relations also became a critical element of early PRC strategy. China aligned with the Soviet Union, signing the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance in 1950. Soviet engineers, advisors, and planners poured into China, helping to build factories, mines, and steel mills. China received loans, technical assistance, and industrial blueprints. Yet the PRC also faced immediate threats. The Korean War erupted in 1950, drawing China into a massive conflict that strained its limited resources and cost hundreds of thousands of lives. Still, the war enhanced China's international prestige, showing the world that the sick man of East Asia a label originating in the late 19th century aftermath of the Opium Wars, had transformed into a nation capable of resisting major imperial powers. The early years of the PRC were marked by extraordinary ambition and relentless mobilization. These years laid the foundations of Chinese sovereignty, independence, and modernization. But they also sowed the seeds of political campaigns and ideological struggles that would shape the next decades. By the mid-1950s, the PRC leadership sought not only to rebuild China, but to fundamentally transform it. Their goal was to end centuries of economic backwardness, foreign dependency, and social inequality, conditions rooted deeply in the long historical arc beginning with the Opium Wars. The Communist Revolution had promised to eliminate imperialist influence and create a self-reliant socialist state. To achieve this, the government launched a vast program of socialist transformation in industry, agriculture, culture, and governance. The first five-year plan, 1953 to 1957, modeled on Soviet-style central planning. The first five-year plan prioritized heavy industry, steel mills, machinery plants, chemical factories, and power stations. With Soviet advisors and equipment, China built more than 150 large industrial projects. Cities like Anshan, Wuhan, and Lanzhou became centers of industrial expansion. Railways extended into remote regions, integrating previously fragmented markets. Industrial output grew rapidly, and urban employment soared. The plan also led to massive social change. Millions of peasants migrated to cities. The Hukou, household registration, system was established to manage population flows and distribute resources. Women increasingly entered the workforce and gained legal rights, receiving equal pay for equal work. Health campaigns eradicated smallpox, reduced infant mortality, and improved public sanitation. Literacy programs expanded into remote villages. For the first time, millions of Chinese experienced access to healthcare, education, and stable employment. The socialist transformation of agriculture. Although land reform had redistributed property to individual peasants, the government soon viewed small-scale farming as inefficient. Beginning in 1953, the CPC encouraged mutual aid teams, cooperatives, and eventually collectives. By 1956, most rural land had been collectivized. The state owned land, while peasants worked collectively and received shares based on labor contributions. Supporters argued that collectivization would eliminate inequality, improve irrigation, and allow mechanization. Many cooperatives succeeded in mobilizing labor for infrastructure projects like dams, irrigation canals, and terrace fields. But collectivization also introduced rigid structures, bureaucratic oversight, and tensions between state goals and peasant incentives. Although not yet catastrophic, early warning signs appeared. Local cadres inflated production figures. Peasants resisted. Regional disparities widened. The end of foreign concessions and the reversal of the century of humiliation. One of the most significant symbolic achievements of the early PRC was the complete elimination of foreign concessions, extraterritoriality, and colonial enclaves, structures that had originated from the Opium War treaties. Cities like Shanghai, Tianjin, Qingdao, and Guangzhou, once carved into semi-colonial zones controlled by foreign powers, were now fully under Chinese sovereignty. The communist leadership frequently invoked this achievement to bolster national pride, emphasizing that China had finally undone the humiliations imposed by Western powers. This narrative became a central component of state ideology. The PRC was the regime that restored China's dignity, rebuilt national strength, and avenged the historical injustices inflicted since the 1840s. Anti-rightist campaign, 1957. However, The political environment grew increasingly tense as Mao sought to consolidate ideological unity. In 1956 to 1957, Mao encouraged intellectuals to offer criticism of the government through the 100 Flowers campaign, believing open debate would strengthen socialism. Instead, intellectuals criticized censorship, bureaucracy, and arbitrary political control. Alarmed, the party reversed course and launched the anti-rightist campaign, targeting critics as rightists and labeling them enemies of the revolution. Hundreds of thousands of teachers, writers, professors, and officials were purged, demoted, imprisoned, or sent to labor camps. This campaign had long-term consequences. Intellectual life in China became tightly controlled, political dissent was suppressed, and the atmosphere of fear limited honest feedback inside the party. This environment would set the stage for disastrous policies in the near future. By the late 1950s, China had made major strides in industrialization and national reconstruction. But the political climate was increasingly dominated by ideological zeal, unrealistic expectations, and growing centralization of power around Mao. The push for rapid modernization, combined with internal political tensions, would soon lead to one of the most tragic and devastating policies in world history, the Great Leap Forward. By 1958, Mao Zedong believed China was ready to leap into a new era of socialist development, an era that would surpass Western industrial powers and prove the superiority of China's revolutionary path. He envisioned a society where steel flowed from backyard furnaces, where agricultural abundance fed the world, and where collective labor would eliminate inequality and poverty forever. This vision became the Great Leap Forward, one of the most ambitious and ultimately catastrophic campaigns ever launched by a modern government. The Great Leap Forward was based on several core policies. 1. People's communes. Rural collectives were merged into gigantic people's communes, each housing thousands of families. Communes organized communal kitchens, childcare centers, and collective farming. In theory, communes would free women from domestic labor, mobilize massive work teams, and create semi-military units capable of carrying out huge infrastructure projects. Peasants were encouraged to embrace utopian social ideals, abandon private property, and dedicate themselves entirely to revolutionary goals. 2. Backyard steel furnaces. One of the most iconic and disastrous features of the Great Leap Forward was the effort to dramatically increase steel production. Mao believed that industrial growth could be achieved not only through factories, but through mass mobilization of rural labor. Families were asked to melt iron objects, pots, tools, door hinges, in backyard furnaces. Mountainsides were stripped of trees to fuel the furnaces. Peasants abandoned farming to meet steel quotas. But the steel produced was mostly useless slag, and the diversion of labor devastated agricultural output. 3. Over-reporting, inflated quotas, and bureaucratic blindness. Local officials, afraid to appear disloyal, exaggerated production figures. Reports claimed miraculous harvests, sometimes doubling or tripling real output. Beijing believed the inflated numbers and set even higher quotas. Grain was over-collected from rural areas, leaving villages starving. The party leadership, trapped in an echo chamber of praise and propaganda, failed to detect the impending catastrophe. 4. Ecological and agricultural disasters. Massive irrigation projects, often constructed without engineering expertise, collapsed or caused flooding. Anti-sparrow campaigns, intended to protect grain from birds, disrupted ecosystems, leading to locust infestations. Poor weather compounded the crisis. The result, the Great Famine. By 1959 to 1961, famine swept across China. Grain stores were empty, food rations collapsed, and peasants died by the millions. Entire villages starved. Families abandoned children. Elderly people perished quietly, and people ate bark, clay, and leaves. Some regions saw cases of cannibalism, a stark indicator of the scale of suffering. Historical estimates vary, but between 20 to 45 million people may have died, making it the deadliest famine in human history. The government tried to hide the disaster. Politically, criticism was punished. Marshal Peng Dehuai, who dared to question the Great Leap Forward of the 1959 Lushan Conference, was purged and replaced. But eventually, the scale of failure became undeniable. The Great Leap was halted, communes were scaled back, and more pragmatic leaders like Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping implemented recovery measures. The weight of historical legacy. The Great Leap Forward was shaped not only by ideological extremism, but by China's historical trauma. Mao believed China needed to catch up with the West rapidly to avoid repeating the humiliations of the Opium Wars. He feared that slow modernization would leave China vulnerable once again to foreign powers. But the attempt to accelerate development created a disaster rivaling the suffering of the 19th century. By the mid-1960s, China had recovered somewhat, but deep political divisions emerged within the communist leadership. These divisions would erupt into a new, devastating political upheaval, the Cultural Revolution. By the mid-1960s, the People's Republic of China faced deep tensions within its leadership and society. The Great Leap Forward had devastated the economy and caused the deadliest famine in modern history, leaving Mao Zedong's authority weakened. More pragmatic leaders, particularly Liu Shaoqi, Deng Xiaoping, and Chen Yun, had taken charge of economic recovery, scaling back radical collectivization and restoring incentives to revive agricultural production. But Mao feared that the party was drifting toward revisionism, following a path similar to the Soviet Union under Khrushchev. He believed that bureaucrats, technocrats, and moderate leaders were creating a new privileged class, a betrayal of the egalitarian ideals of the revolution. Mao also feared being written out of history. The failures of the Great Leap Forward had damaged his image, and many leaders quietly questioned his judgment. Determined to reassert dominance, Mao launched what became one of the most dramatic, destructive, and socially upheaving movements in world history. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, 1966 to 1976. Presented as a campaign to purify the country of capitalist elements and revive revolutionary passion, it evolved into a chaotic struggle for power that turned China upside down for an entire decade. The Cultural Revolution began with attacks on schools, universities, and cultural institutions. Mao encouraged students to rebel against hierarchies, questioning teachers, administrators, and intellectuals. Millions of youth formed Red Guard units, roaming cities, smashing temples, burning books, destroying artworks, and attacking symbols of old China, what Mao called the Faolts, old customs, old culture, old habits, and old ideas. Classical paintings, historical records, ancestral shrines, Buddhist statues, and Confucian relics were ransacked or obliterated. Even tombs of emperors and scholars were vandalized. Families burned their own heirlooms to avoid persecution. Political violence escalated rapidly. Red Guards targeted officials, professors, and anyone deemed insufficiently revolutionary. Victims were paraded through streets wearing dunce caps, beaten with belts and sticks, forced to confess imaginary crimes, or imprisoned in so-called cowsheds. Many committed suicide under pressure. Entire institutions collapsed as chaos spread. That chaos was not accidental. Mao encouraged bombard the headquarters, directing youth to challenge established authority at every level. In reality, the Cultural Revolution became a political purge, as Mao used mass mobilization to attack rivals, such as Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping. Liu was beaten, tortured, and eventually died in captivity. Deng was humiliated and sent to perform hard labor in Jiangxi. As chaos intensified, Red Guard factions turned on one another, battling over ideological interpretations and local power. The nation spiraled towards civil conflict. By 1967 to 68, transportation networks broke down, factories closed, and the education system collapsed. Millions of youth were plunged into aimless violence. The People's Liberation Army, PLA, under Mao's loyalist Lin Biao, intervened to restore order, often using force against civilian factions. Some provinces descended into outright war. Lin Biao, once Mao's heir apparent, exploited the turmoil to consolidate military power. But his growing ambition alarmed Mao. In 1971, Lin died in a mysterious plane crash while allegedly fleeing to the Soviet Union after a failed coup plot. Whether the plot was real or engineered politically remains a subject of debate, but the incident further destabilized the nation. By the mid-1970s, China was exhausted. Industry lagged behind world standards, agriculture stagnated, and schools have been closed for years. Millions of educated youth were still stranded in remote villages, sent down to learn from peasants. Cultural life was barren, dominated by revolutionary operas, propaganda posters, and ideological study sessions. Traditional values, intellectual life, and religious practice had been devastated. Mao's declining health created a power vacuum filled by competing factions, including the radical Gang of Four, led by Mao's wife Jiang Qing, and pragmatic leaders seeking recovery. After Mao's death in 1976, the Gang of Four were arrested, ending the Cultural Revolution. China began searching for a path out of ideological extremism and economic stagnation, opening the door to internal critique and unprecedented reform. The Cultural Revolution profoundly scarred Chinese society, but also reshaped political memory. The desire to avoid ideological extremism, social chaos, and national humiliation would later shape the Reform era's priorities, influencing China's transformation into a global economic power. After Mao's death, China entered a period of political uncertainty. Hua Guofeng briefly assumed leadership, promoting the slogan, "Two whatevers." Whatever Mao decided, we follow. Whatever Mao said, we act on. But this approach offered no real strategy for recovery. The country was starving for change. Economic change, scientific progress, educational revival, and openness to the world. It was Deng Xiaoping who emerged as the central figure capable of guiding China into a new historical era. Having been purged twice during the Cultural Revolution, Deng returned to power with a pragmatic vision. China needed modernization, not ideological purity. He famously declared, "It doesn't matter whether the cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice." This quote encapsulated his philosophy. Results mattered more than doctrine. Ideology should serve development, not restrict it. Deng launched the reform and opening up policy in 1978, initiating one of the most rapid economic transformations in world history. His strategy revolved around four pillars. 1. Agricultural reform. The commune system was dismantled. Peasants were allowed to contract land from the state, produce independently, and sell surplus crops. This household responsibility system dramatically increased productivity. Food shortages vanished, and rural incomes soared. For the first time in generations, peasants had incentives aligned with production. 2. Industrial modernization. State-owned enterprises, SOEs, were restructured. Special economic zones, SEZs, such as Shenzhen, Zhuhai, and Xiamen were created to attract foreign investment. Foreign companies brought technology, management skills, and capital. Factories modernized. Coastal cities boomed. China shifted from isolation to global integration, building manufacturing capabilities that would soon dominate world markets. 3. Opening to the world. China normalized relations with the United States in 1979. Trade agreements expanded with Europe, Japan, and Southeast Asia. Students were sent overseas to study science, engineering, and economics, returning to modernized domestic industries. China joined international organizations, participated in global markets, and attracted foreign investment on an unprecedented scale. 4. Social and educational revival. Universities reopened, entrance exams were restored, and millions of young people regained access to higher education. Intellectual life revived. Art, literature, philosophy, and research flourished. Censorship remained present, but compared to the Cultural Revolution, the late 20th century marked a dramatic cultural renaissance. The legacy of the Opium Wars reversed. Deng often emphasized that China's modernization was essential to avoid repeating this century of humiliation. The memory of the Opium Wars, of being technologically backward, militarily weak, and exploited by foreign powers, shaped China's pursuit of science, national strength, and global independence. Aerospace, nuclear technology, satellites, high-speed rail, and industrial robotics all became national priorities. Deng's reforms brought astonishing economic growth. By the 1990s, China had transformed from a poor, isolated, agrarian country into a rising industrial giant. Shanghai's skyline erupted with skyscrapers. Shenzhen grew from a fishing village into a metropolis of millions. Millions of Chinese escaped poverty. Urbanization accelerated. Infrastructure expanded with highways, ports, power plants, and telecommunications networks. However, reform also brought new challenges: inequality between rural and urban areas, corruption, environmental degradation, and political tensions. The 1989 Tiananmen Square protests, driven by demands for political reform and anti-corruption, ended in tragedy. But after this turning point, China accelerated economic reform while maintaining political control. By the end of the 20th century, China had re-emerged as a powerful nation, no longer victimized by foreign powers, no longer impoverished, and no longer haunted by weakness. But the legacy of the Opium War era still shaped foreign policy, nationalism, and China's worldview as it entered the new millennium. The 21st century has seen China rise to become one of the most influential nations in the world, transforming geopolitics, global trade, and technological development. But behind China's modern achievements lies a long historical memory, especially the trauma of the Opium Wars and the century of humiliation. This memory remains central to China's national identity, shaping public consciousness, political discourse, and international relations. 1. Economic powerhouse. Since joining the World Trade Organization in 2001, China has become the manufacturing hub of the world. It produces electronics, machinery, textiles, vehicles, medical equipment, and countless consumer goods. Cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen have become global megacities, home to research hubs, financial districts, and technology clusters. China's rise in e-commerce, high-speed rail, AI research, electric vehicles, and renewable energy positions it as a technology leader. 2. Military modernization. China's military modernization aims to prevent a repeat of past humiliations. The People's Liberation Army has transformed from a poorly equipped force into one of the world's most advanced militaries, with modern naval fleets, ballistic missiles, cyber capabilities, satellites, aircraft carriers, and stealth technology. This reflects lessons from the Opium War era. China must be strong enough to control its borders, protect its sovereignty, and deter foreign aggression. 3. National sovereignty and historical memory. Issues such as Taiwan, Hong Kong, Tibet, and the South China Sea are deeply influenced by historical trauma. Chinese leaders frequently invoke the Opium Wars to explain the importance of national unity and sovereignty. The return of Hong Kong in 1997 and Macau in 1999 were framed as major steps in ending the legacy of foreign domination. School textbooks, museums, films, and public ceremonies emphasize the importance of remembering this century of humiliation, reinforcing the idea that national revival depends on strength, unity, and independence. The National Museum in Beijing houses detailed exhibits on the Opium Wars. The story is retold as a warning. China must never again allow itself to be weak. 4. Global engagement and the Belt and Road Initiative. China now invests across Asia, Africa, Europe, and Latin America through the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. Ports, railways, highways, and energy projects revive ancient trade routes. For China, this is not expansionism in the colonial sense. It is a strategic effort to secure global influence through infrastructure, trade, and diplomacy, reversing centuries of dependency. 5. Cultural revival. Classical Chinese literature, Confucian philosophy, traditional festivals, and cultural identity have all seen renewed interest. Confucius Institutes spread Chinese language around the world. Films, historical dramas, and online media celebrate past dynasties and national heroes. This cultural revival contrasts sharply with the suppression of tradition during the Cultural Revolution, reflecting modern China's confidence in its heritage. 6. The long arc of history. From the Opium Wars to the rise of the PRC, China's modern journey reflects a dramatic cycle. Humiliation. The Opium Wars shattered China's self-image as the center of civilization. Fragmentation, warlordism, invasion, and civil war tore the country apart. Revolution. The communist victory ended foreign concessions and restored sovereignty. Trauma. The Great Leap Forward and Cultural Revolution inflicted self-inflicted devastation. Reform. Deng Xiaoping's policies revived the economy and modernized society. Revival. Modern China reemerged as a global superpower, reshaping world order. 7. The present and future. China continues to grapple with contradictions. Rapid growth versus social inequality, modernization versus environmental strain, global engagement versus geopolitical competition. But the long memory of past humiliation continues to shape its policies and worldview. To understand China today, its nationalism, diplomacy, military strategy, and economic ambitions, one must understand the Opium Wars and the century of foreign domination that followed. In the end, the story of modern China is the story of how a nation rose from devastation to global power. A journey that began with the opium ships of the 1830s and culminated in the world's second largest economy nearly 2 centuries later. The Opium Wars were the spark that ignited a centuries-long transformation, shaping the destiny not only of China, but of all of modern Asia. And that brings us to the end of this extraordinary journey. A journey that carried us from the first cannon shot of the Opium Wars to the rise of the modern People's Republic of China. Today you learned how addiction, corruption, and foreign greed shattered an ancient empire, how internal rebellion, political betrayal, an invasion nearly erased China from history. How revolutionaries, students, farmers, soldiers, and visionaries refused to let their nation die. How war, ideology, and sacrifice shaped the 20th century. And how China rose from the ashes of humiliation to become one of the most powerful countries on earth. The moral of this journey? History teaches us that no nation is forever strong, and no nation is forever weak. Strength can collapse in a moment of arrogance, and weakness can transform into power when a people refuse to surrender. Empires fall, nations rise, but those who learn from their past shape their future. If you enjoyed this deep dive into one of the most dramatic histories ever told, then make sure to stay with us. Because on History Teller YT, every video opens the door to a new world, a new battle, a new civilization, a new lesson. Thank you for watching. Thank you for learning. And remember, the past is never dead. It's alive, and it's waiting for you here. See you in the next episode. Stay curious, stay inspired, and keep exploring history with History Teller YT.